Hello and welcome. Welcome to another edition of Atlas Information Live. We are your host, Atlas Alex, and in the next few hours, we are going to be discussing a topic which is very near and dear to our heart, and certainly we hope, if not yet, by the end of today, you will discover why what we are going to be speaking of today should be very near and dear to your heart as well. We have our first comment from DFMC. We think we'll call you either DFMC squared or just DFMC once, because that's a bit of a tongue twister to say twice. But welcome. We think this is the first time you're here. We don't recognize the name, so welcome to everyone. And as is our usual practice, our usual tradition here on Atlas Info Live, here is the link if you wish to pop on and participate in any way. It's in the chat, and there it is on screen. So if you have a question or you have something to contribute that you think would be valuable for everyone, by all means, pop on, and it's just like a Zoom call. We have few enough people in attendance that it doesn't get out of hand, it doesn't get unruly. We dedicated today to the topic of our individual Divine Mother, not least because of last week's topic and the prior week's topic, the law of love and the law of sex. We mentioned in the description to today's live stream that we cannot speak of love and we cannot speak of sex without paying mention to our individual Divine Mother, Devi Kundalini Shakti. All of nature is feminine, and the force which drives and governs nature on the levels of manifestation is likewise predominantly feminine. The divine masculine force has a very small contribution to make. Now, that small contribution has massive overall micro and macro effects as the divine masculine creates through the divine feminine. And we covered this last week and the week before to various different degrees. And today, we are going to be devoting the whole of today's live stream to the divine feminine force itself and specifically our individual Divine Mother. We're going to pay her right and proper due, because in the course of the previous 2 weeks, we again mentioned her and we spoke of how important she is, but we did not do her justice. And since she is Lady Justice and Lady Liberty, it is time to give her her due and proper. Before we begin, we have a couple more comments, people checking in. Benjamin says, "Hi, Atlas." Oh, and he says, "Just wanted to clear last week's comment. It might have been misunderstood. the one I said to focus on infrasexuality. I meant to work against it, of course, is what I was trying to say. Benjamin, no need to clarify. We think everyone grasped. At the beginning, it was a little bit confusing, but I think we all were able to work it out in the course of last week's live stream. We know that sometimes the language barriers and the typing and everything else can be a bit problematic. So there's no worries. It's all water under the bridge. So, but we appreciate you making the effort to clarify nonetheless. And you're more than welcome to be here. We're happy that you're here. And we hope that you will also participate like you always do. And Benjamin says, okay. And it is okay. It is okay. Right? At the best of times, none of us are perfect, ourselves included. Right? Myself included. I make mistakes all the time. I get things wrong all the time. And you probably have noticed at times the hesitation in our voice, the stuttering, the repetition, the verbal quirks, if you will. These are my own limitations as a mortal vessel and the handicaps that I live with and deal with, namely fear, that is constantly wanting to second guess and hesitate, and because of fear. It's the same reason why I could never master typing class in high school. Imagine trying to learn touch typing on an old manual typewriter, and every time you went to hit a key, every time you went to make a keystroke, you hesitated out of fear of hitting the wrong one. Because, of course, back in those days, we're dating ourselves, these manual typewriters, if you hit the wrong letter, it put the ink on the page immediately. There was no backspace. There was no delete button. I mean, there was a backspace button, but it couldn't erase the inked letter from the page. So we did very, very poorly in high school typing class because of fear, because of making mistakes and having those mistakes permanently reflected on the page. And we weren't allowed to use whiteout. Then there was no those handy whiteout strips. They didn't exist yet. There was liquid paper that they called it. But we weren't allowed to use that. And so because of the fear and the hesitation, the speed at which we could type was very poor, and very often we made mistakes anyway. So there is some legacy effect of that going on as we are here expressing ourselves as Attlas. That's my innermost being, and the mortal vessel trying to keep up with the flow of consciousness, and yet not wanting to make a mistake. And the hesitation and the stuttering and this and that is all comes part and parcel, like we said, with that condition that is also responsible for our epilepsy and the other things that we deal with. So none of us are perfect. We all deal with what we deal with. And at any given moment in time, we can trip, we can make a mistake, and we can get things wrong. And it's okay. It's okay. We love that line from Scent of a Woman. Life is like the tango. If you get tangoed up, you just tango on. There's no point in dwelling on it. There's no point in getting wrapped up on it. It's just water under the bridge, and we keep going. And next time, we'll know better for next time the way to phrase it or do it or speak to people or deal with people or check ourselves and observe ourselves, and we learn from our mistakes. That's the important part. Not the being perfect, not the trying not to make mistakes. That's fear getting the best of us. That's fear controlling us and getting us to, like I said, hesitate and second guess our intuition, second guess the information that we're getting from within, the still soft voice that is challenging us to be the vessel, to be the voice, to be the servant and the conduit for that truth and that beauty and that love to flow into the world through us. That's a challenge. And rest assured that practically every aspect of our mechanical psychology is there as to resist that, to create an obstacle to that, to prevent that. And that is what causes us to fumble and stumble and trip and fall. But all of that has its purpose, because it is only through failure that we can become cognizant of the causes of our failure. It is only through failure that we can know our defects and vices. It is only through resistance that we can become stronger. And we've talked about this many times on many live streams. It's as fundamental to the Alm of Life. It's fundamental to learning to touch type, learning to play the piano, learning anything really, and certainly mastering something. But it's also true for very simple mechanical things like building muscle, right? We lift weights, we do resistance training to build muscle, or we do lots of cardio to build our cardiovascular fitness. It's the same thing. You have to push yourself, push your heart rate up for extended periods of time, or high intensity interval training, or there's many, many different modalities of training. But the point is that training is done under tension, under stress. And it's a kind of controlled and healthy stress. And in weight training, there's even a concept called training to failure, where you're lifting and you absolutely can't lift anymore. And you're pushing yourself right to the limits, because when we do that, we expand those limits. And something very similar is going on in our life, on the path. The Alm of Life is universal, the analogous ultimate methodology. It is the methodology by which all phenomena come to be or not be. But if obstacles, if tests, if challenges, if resistance is all necessary for us to make progress, then it begs the question, who or what is orchestrating all of those obstacles, all of those tests and trials and ordeals that make us stronger? You know, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's a common idiom. It's a well-known expression. And the answer to the question of who or what is orchestrating all we need in our life and everything that we need on the path in order to be, in order to become, in order to evolve and awaken and self-realize. The answer is our individual divine mother. There is an aspect of our higher self, the divine feminine aspect, of our true self, who is singularly responsible for orchestrating everything in our life, all that we need. And yes, all of those tests, trials, and ordeals. Life is baffling. It's one of the many visual aids from our book. But the nature of baffles is that someone had to make them. Someone had to put them there. And what's powerful about that symbol, that allegory of baffles, is the fact that baffles are what resist water. They are what resist the flow. And they cause turbulence in the water. They cause the water to swirl into a spiral, into a vortex, which is absolutely critical from the standpoint of the analogous ultimate methodology, because of the spiral pattern is what is characteristic of the Alm of Life. And bear with us one moment, because here it is. Let's make that bigger. Can we make it even bigger? Yeah, we can make that even bigger. This is from our book, this figure. So the spiral pattern, the Alm of Life, when water undergoes that motion, that movement, because it encounters a baffle, that movement creates structured living water. It is the most capable water. It is the freshest, most refreshing, most powerful in terms of its ability to dissolve and its ability to carry minerals and oxygen. So this is why in nature you have creeks, you have rivers, you have rapids. And just like if you look at all the arteries and veins and capillaries in your body, they're not straight. Nature doesn't build canals like we do. They find their way. Water carves its way through the landscape. Even the tiniest little creek or the massive rivers that carve out huge canyons, like the Colorado River, which carved out the Grand Canyon, or the Nile, or the Duna, or any of the, well, you would call it the Danube. In Hungarian, it's the Duna. But any of the Ganges, right? Any of the great rivers of the world. But they have all these little tributaries that flow into them, that come down from the mountains. Mountain glacial meltwaters and rainfall coming down from the mountains. And these little tiny little creeks become streams, become rivers, become rivers with roaring rapids. And the water that's being churned and the turbulence that's taking place because of those rocks and those baffles. That water is so fresh and alive and strong and capable and structured. It represents, for physical water, its highest expression. That water is that is able to go through those flow forms of nature. And we've mentioned many times, right, the opposite of that, which is you look at a stagnant pool, right? Water that's just been sitting there. There's no movement. Has no inflow, no outflow. It's just, there's no flow forms. It's just standing water. And we're certain you've come across such pools or puddles or ponds in your life, or swamps where the water just collects and it has no ability to flow. And what is the characteristic of that water? What does it attract? Right? Algae, and it becomes a fetid, algae infested, mosquito infested, not altogether dead, but certainly not vibrant and fresh and alive. It's a fetid, stagnant, putrid pool, because it has no dynamism, it has no flow, and it has none of the baffles of what we speak for to struggle against, to fight through, to fight itself around, to become structured and living and alive. In this example of water, we can see our choices in life, to be or not to be. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take up arms against a sea of troubles and by avoiding end them. Do you see how the water that is rushing through the raging rapids or going through these baffles that you see how those baffles represent the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune? Because it's disturbing the water. It disturbs the flow of water. It interrupts the flow. That's the point. And as Shakespeare said in that speech by Hamlet, we suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Those baffles that are interrupting the flow of our life, they cause chaos, essentially. But it is in the process of facing that and suffering that we have the potential to be what we were born to be, what we have the potential to be. But the law of free will is absolute. No one is forced. And many choose a life of comfort and security. They choose not to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. And the desire for comfort and security is fear. And the desire not to overextend oneself, to try to maximize one's leisure time and entertainment and pleasure, that's laziness, but it's also desire of many different kinds, lust, gluttony, etc. That represents the water that's chosen the easy path, the still path, right? Don't disturb me. Don't rock the boat. No, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with anything. Just leave me alone. People who just take the path of least resistance, the water that takes the path of least resistance. ends up in that still water pool, that still water pond, fetid and putrid and overcome by the parasites that thrive in essentially dead water. Because you don't see algae infested, mosquito infested swamp water in a babbling brook and its rapids, but the water is constantly flowing. And no, you see it's fresh and it's vibrant. Those lower order organisms can't take hold in vibrant, fresh, living water. Those lower order organisms, they gravitate towards, and they can only really exist in dead water. This is a clue for us. And what's particularly poignant when we use the allegory of water to describe this issue of being or not being, is we look to our own creative waters. We look to the waters, the creative waters of the Divine Mother, the creative force. How does it flow within us? Or is it stagnant? Is it putrefied? And has it attracted all sorts of parasites which feed on it? This is the power of this particular allegory of water. We have some comments here from Christ Brings a Sword. Welcome. Welcome. Should we just call you Christ? I guess maybe we will. Christ Brings a Sword. This, we don't recognize the name, so welcome. Welcome. And Christ says, man is not in control of his future, but is being tested for eternal life. The law of free will is absolute. So you're correct in the strictest sense that man is not in control of his future, but we all have the ability to choose. We all have the ability to decide to be or not to be, right? To whether we follow our conscience and the will of our innermost being, the will of our higher self, our innermost intimate Christ, or if we follow our desires, what Christians call sin, but what are our egos, our fear, lust, greed, pride, gluttony, etc. And even though those mechanical entities within us, they prescribe or present options to us, temptations, and they certainly do not honor the law of free will, because given an opportunity, they will possess us, and they do possess us. Just look to your own life, and have you ever said something or done something, and then moments later, you actually said out loud, "What possessed me to do that?" Right? We have these idioms for a reason. It's not by accident. So the mechanical entities of our psychology, they will possess us. They do not honor the law of free will. They will take control. And all you have to do is look around the world today and look at how many people are wholly and completely controlled by their egos. They're essentially demons, or the Walking Dead, right? The zombies. They're just following mechanically, reactively their desires, their cravings and aversions. Well, those cravings and aversions are all being prescribed to them by this psychological malware that, again, that Christians call sin, that Islam refers to as nafs, But just about every spiritual tradition around the world has the concept of demons or devils. And Buddhists refer to them as psychological aggregates. We call them many, many different things, including egos, but also we refer to them as psychological malware, a more contemporary way for people to understand how the artificial intelligence of our rational mind is very susceptible to malware coming in and taking it over, hijacking, right? Like ransomware taking over a computer. And what does ransomware do? They say, oh, well, we'll let you get access to your computer, but only if you do this. Well, that's temptation. That's the coercion that we get from, for example, the demons that are responsible for addiction. Because people are made to suffer pain and suffering, and then the demon offers up some vice as a balm, be it alcohol, be it drugs, sex, shopping, gambling, video games, you name it. People can get addicted to anything, just as long as that activity or that substance offers a temporary respite from the suffering that the demon is causing them. So it's a temporary fix, but we all know when it comes to addictions that it's a downward spiral. It's the alm of life, because remember, everything is balanced in the universe. If there's an upward spiral, there must be a downward spiral. And frankly, we don't think that this is up for debate. Every single human being on the planet has experienced the downward spiral in whatever way, shape, or form that appeared in their life, but everyone has gone through and knows the downward spiral. The upward spiral, unfortunately, not everyone knows the upward spiral, because a lot of people are under some misconceptions about what it takes to go up. Christ brings a sword also says, if you trust yourself for answers, you failed the test. Well, if you trust your small self, if you trust your mortal self, your rational mind, then essentially you've fallen into a trap. You need to trust your higher self, the still soft voice of your innermost being. That's the voice of God coming through your innermost intimate Christ. It's a very intimate personal relationship that we have with our innermost essence of God within, our true self. So if you trust that self, and an aspect of that self is the Divine Mother, she who orchestrates all we need in this life, including all of our tests, trials, and ordeals, and yes, all of these baffles that we've been speaking about. So the key here is just like in those old cartoons where you had the little devil on one shoulder of the character and a little angel on the other shoulder of the character. And those angels and devils always looked like the character. Like what comes to mind is Donald Duck. And Donald Duck has a little devil Donald Duck on this shoulder and an angel Donald Duck on the other shoulder. So which self are you listening to? Which self are you trusting? This is the question. Your false self? Your shaitan? That's Hebrew and Arabic. It means the adversary. Our individual shaitan. That's where the word Satan comes from. Satan is not out there. Satan is not outside of us. Just as God is not outside of us. And Christ says, yeah, the self is a liar. Yeah, your false self, your rational mind, is certainly capable of lying and lies all the time. Lies to us, especially when it's under the control of the egos. So again, the point is you want to listen to your higher self, your true self, not your false self. Because God doesn't lie, and our Divine Mother doesn't lie, our innermost being doesn't lie to us. No, they tell us the harsh truth. What is truth? It is what it is. It is beauty, number one, and it is love. But it is what it is. The holy name of God is Aheye Asher Aheye. I am that I am. Truth is that. Truth is an expression of God. It is what it is. That's truth. Truth cannot be anything other than what it is. Just as God is what it is who he is. And it happens to be everything and nothing all at the same time. But this is something that intellectually, the rational mind can't grasp and grapple with this. Or just believing it in the rational mind is pointless. You need to experience it consciously. You need to know it, in other words. Not think you know it, but know you know it. And the path to doing that is by following the guidance of your individual divine mother, because that's why she exists. Like any mother, she's there to help raise her child and nurture her child and nurture and help her child be all that that child can be. Our innermost individual divine mother is that. Our individual Mary, in other words. Because within us is our innermost intimate Christ, which is just a spark. It's just a seed. It's just a Christ in potentiality. None of us are Christified. None of us are Christs yet. But how do we get there? Well, we have to do the work. And it is our divine mother who orchestrates all of that for us. But we have the ability to make that choice. So Christ says, can you know God? Yes, absolutely you can. And Christ asks, if God loves you and gives you free will, then God won't interfere in your life, but watch and see if you return to him or follow your own path. So if you think that any good thing that you've ever done in your life came from you, you're already on the wrong path. Right? The mortal self, the false self, is incapable of doing anything good unless it received that guidance from the higher self, from the true self, from our monad, our innermost intimate Christ. And we can't even face any tests or challenges that weren't orchestrated for us by our divine mother. So the idea that God won't interfere in our life, he doesn't interfere with our choices. But we are presented with tests and trials and ordeals. That's not interference, but it's not a hands-off attitude. Well, I'll just throw caution to the wind and throw him into some chaotic mess. Christ brings a sword. You're new here, so we would perhaps encourage you to recognize that for the past 20 minutes, you've been completely monopolizing the chat with no regard for anyone else watching or the topic today. Because you're new here, you may consider just sitting back and listening for a while. You might learn something. And then if you have questions, we always have a section at the end of the live stream where we're happy to answer questions. But you may want to be cognizant of the fact that you've been completely monopolizing today's live stream. We have a lot of material to get through, and a lot of people have come here today because they're interested in learning about the Divine Mother and the critical role that she plays in our life. And in reference to this question, we will answer this question for you. God doesn't give a rat's ass about what we believe in. God doesn't want us to believe in him. God wants us to know him. Belief is nothing. Belief is hypnosis and ignorance. Belief is in the rational mind, our artificial intelligence, in the rational monkey mind. Who cares what anybody believes in? God doesn't care what you believe in because it's an illusion. It's a fantasy. Do you know? Now, how do you know? You can only know through direct conscious experience. So you have to experience God. So we don't answer this question for you. You answer this question for yourself. Have you been touched by God in your life? Have you experienced the hand of God, the word of God, the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, or your Divine Mother, your innermost being? Do you know your innermost being, your true self? Do you know the still soft voice of your innermost intimate Christ? This is not a question of belief. Who cares if you believe? People can believe in Santa Claus. People believe in all sorts of idiocies and superstitions. What difference does it make? It doesn't change anything. Belief changes nothing. The word religion comes from the Latin religare, which means to bind together as one. It is the same meaning, exactly the same meaning as the ancient Sanskrit word yug, which is the root word of yoga, meaning religion and yoga are synonymous. And neither yoga nor religion are about belief. That's a degeneration. That's a degeneration of religion. Because faith, the true meaning of the word faith, means to know, to witness, to experience. Leah says, God is in all of us, isn't he? Or isn't it? God is in all of us, isn't it? Blessings all. I'm just over here emotional as usual. Yes, of course. But the God in all of us is an essence, is a spark, is a seed. Our innermost intimate Christ is born in the manger of our animal egos, of our animal self. That's that symbol of Christ being born in a manger. That's what that symbolizes, is that we are this intellectual animal, and inside of us is a newborn infant Christ. But that innermost intimate Christ is just an essence, a spark, a seed. It needs nurturing. It needs to in order to grow, in order to develop. Just like a seed needs soil and warmth and water and sunlight, the conditions need to be provided to that seed, needs to be taken care of, nurtured. And then when that seed sprouts, it's very fragile, little sprout. Many things can go wrong to that little sprout. So you have a gardener who takes care of it, who tends that sprout to see to it that it grows and it becomes a fully formed, fully fledged plant capable of bearing fruit. In our life, our divine gardener is our divine mother. She is what provides everything that our innermost seed needs in order to go through that process. Christ brings a sword, says, "This is my only visit and your only warning." Well, we'll tell you something about Allux, Christ. Allux is all light, God light, the fire of fires, light of light, and the being of beings, who we know personally, directly, experientially, and consciously. And we can tell you that Christ does not threaten and cajole and does not use fear and shame and any other such tactic. So if this is your first and only visit and only warning, then thank you for your words. We will take them under advisement. And blessings to you. Have a good life. But rest assured that this comment and any other intentions that you have relating to it are not from the Christ. Because we know the Christ intimately and personally. And we can tell you that here and now in this space of love, you are out of line. So go and take your egos and your empty beliefs and your superstitions and take them elsewhere. Unless you are willing to actually learn and learn the error of your ways because you've been misguided. Because yes, love is severity and mercy, but the mortal vessel is not qualified to pass judgment, and the mortal vessel is not qualified to dish out the fierce love of Christ. And if you think you are, you have another thing coming. You're in the right place to learn. You're in the right place to receive true, unconditional love, being told that which you don't want to hear because you don't want to hear it. You think that you're here to tell us something that we don't want to hear. But we've heard it all before, my friend. You're not going to tell us anything that we haven't heard a million times. But you have no idea who you're speaking with. So take your egos and blessings to you, or leave your egos at the door and you're welcome. Benjamin says, we don't disagree, Christ. We're just approaching God more practically. And at Christ, Benjamin says, there will be ungodly love or agape love today, I bet. All right. So on the matter of visitors, and we watched the second part of Dune yesterday, Dune Part 2, and not sure if you're familiar, if you watched the first part or not. Denis Villeneuve's two-part adaptation of the Frank Herbert novel. You may have, if you haven't read the book, you may have seen the 1984 David Lynch version of Dune, or perhaps you watched the documentary on Netflix called Jodorowsky's Dune, about the great Dune adaptation in the 70s that never materialized in the 70s and early 80s, I guess. And instead, David Lynch managed to do it with the De Laurentiis group, who also produced Conan the Barbarian. But we watched the second part of Denis Villeneuve's adaptation of Dune yesterday. And it is apropos to the topic that we're speaking of today, the Divine Mother, because as we were speaking of just earlier today, we were referring to the waters of life. The Divine Mother as the flow of energy and the flow of love and the flow of life in our lives, and the turbulence in our lives that create the conditions by which our energy becomes ordered and structured and strong and capable and alive, just as water does. And in Dune, one of the prominent allegorical symbols in Dune they literally call it the waters of life. It is the poison, but it's a bright blue liquid which they extract from the sandworms on Dune, and the Fremen do. This is a practice that the Fremen do. And if you drink of the waters of life, it gives you the sight, the visions, and it gives you higher consciousness, or it will kill you. And what comes into mind is the Bible verse. If we are correct, we won't remember the chapters, the numbers, but we think it's from the book of Luke, where it says, if you bring forth that which is within you, that which is within you will save you. But if you do not bring forth that which is within you, then that which is within you will destroy you. To be or not to be. These are all of these aspects are embodied within this symbol in Dune, the waters of life. Now, the Fremen, who are the indigenous population of Dune, for them, water is the most precious commodity, the most precious substance they have. And at one point, one of the characters says to when one of the characters starts to cry, he says, "No, don't ever give away your water, not even for the dead." Mugaboo 22 says, "I think that's the Gospel of Thomas." Mugaboo, I think you're right. I think it is the Gospel of Thomas. But when we talk about water here, and when we talk about what's within you that can save you if you bring it forth, or what's within you that will destroy you if you don't bring it forth, these are the waters of life. These are the sexual waters, the creative force that we were talking about last week. Because what happens, remember we were speaking last week, if it doesn't flow up an atom, it flows down and out. Because just like in Dune, because the other allegory for the sexual force, for the creative waters, for the power of the universe is the spice. The spice must flow. And you have this, and the spice is intimately connected to the sands on Arrakis, also known as Dune, and the sand worms. Now, the spice, the sand, is dry, but it has this capacity to, fold space so that it allows you to travel, and it gives you all of these powers. It's also it's a stimulant, and it's also a powerful drug. But the most precious commodity on Dune is water, and it's what is most scarce. So the Fremen say, never give away your water. And then when their people die, they extract the water from the body and they add it to these sacred pools underneath the surface that they do not drink from. Those are the sacred waters of Dune that belong to their ancestors. And in the cycle of life and death, again, those waters are, the sacred waters are the waters of the Divine Mother, because it is our vital energy. It is the vital life force which animates all life. We could not exist were it not for our Divine Mother and our energetic channels, Ida and Pingala, which we talked about last week. That vital energy, that's fourth dimensional energy on which the whole of three-dimensional reality is based. None of us can exist. No reality can exist in three-dimensional space without Yesod, the foundation. That's the 9th sphere on the tree of life. Those are the waters of life. But the whole of the universe craves the spice. And the emperor has the most vicious, villainous of all the houses, the Harkonnen, overseeing the harvesting of the spice. And the Fremen are trying to disrupt that because they are Fremen, they are free men. They represent the free consciousness, or the seeking the liberation. And they're also waiting for their Messiah. And why do they have this prophecy of the Messiah? It's because it was given to them by whom? It was given to them by the Bene Gesserit priesthood, which are a very ancient order of priestesses. The divine feminine is completely in control in the world of Dune. Dune is to science fiction what Lord of the Rings is to fantasy. In terms of contemporary mythology, Lord of the Rings, written in the 20th century, was literature's high fantasy mythology. And then Frank Herbert came along and wrote Dune, which presented in a very, very different way in science fiction similar themes and similar truths, but using completely different allegories and symbols. Because in Dune, you have in Paul and Chani the masculine and feminine, the Adam and Eve, Ida and Pingala, who must come together. And like we discussed 2 weeks ago in our live stream on love, the purpose of the divine feminine, and that the divine feminine is there to help the divine masculine to achieve its goals and be what it can be, and create through the divine feminine what it was meant to create. That impulse, that creative impulse. We're not going to make today's live stream about Dune, not least because Denis Villeneuve's interpretation very much as a modern interpretation did a very subtle yet insidious deconstruction and character assassination of Chani and other characters as well, and a real disservice to the mythology. But not disservice is too kind and polite a way of expressing it. Denis Villeneuve's Dune is an attempt to destroy the Dune mythology by eradicating its most fundamental and most important aspects, its esoteric aspects, its divine universal truths. So, for example, Kundalini King says King Arthur. He mentions King Arthur. Well, in King Arthur, you have Lancelot and Guinevere. In Dune, it's Paul and Chani. Now, just imagine somebody coming along and making a version of King Arthur for modern audiences where Guinevere turns her back on Lancelot and decides to go off and go on her own way. there's one particularly poignant scene where Paul drinks of the waters of life. And the film entirely glosses over the importance of that symbol. And instead they focus on Chani and her having a hissy fit over the fact that they let him drink this and now he's dead. And it's all dealt with exposition instead of Paul having his moment of transmutation, of death and resurrection. They robbed Paul of his Gandalf the White, Gandalf the Grey becoming Gandalf the White moment from Lord of the Rings. That's Paul's moment when he drinks of the waters of life, to die to his former self and be reborn. And they completely robbed him of that in the film. And we're not going to go into many more details about our disappointment with the movie, other than to say it's a very modern adaptation, which means it's all sizzle, no steak. It's a hollow, superficial, technically excellent made film, but it's bred in circuses. It's entertainment, and it's visually fantastic, and it's all there to distract the modern audiences and prevent them from penetrating into the deep esoteric meaning of the lore and of the mythology that Dune represents, that Dune is. All we can say is thank God Peter Jackson was able to do the Lord of the Rings trilogy in the early 2000s, or the beginning of the millennium, and he was able to do it right, and he was able to do it and preserve as much of the mythology as he could given the constraints that he had. But Denis Villeneuve's Dune preserves very, very, very little, and seems to go out of its way to eradicate. And we mention this because we have an obligation to our Divine Mother. Do we remember her? Do we pay attention to her? Do we give her her due? Do we thank her? New Age people love to say, have an attitude of gratitude. Gratitude for whom? This vague thing about having gratitude, what, to the universe? What about your individual Divine Mother? We don't want to go through life and making of our mythology, our heroic journey, the grand opera of our existence. We don't want to be making a superficial, entertaining version of it for modern audiences and sterilizing ourselves and our consciousness of the deep and rich and voluptuous knowledge, direct conscious experience of the depths and the foundation of who we are, and all that we are, and all that we experience, and all that we face in life. To live in a void, an empty, superficial, materialistic, mechanical, intellectual void ignorant of the waters of life running deep, not just within ourselves, but all around us through all of the orchestrations in order to bring to us all that we need, including all of our tests, trials, and ordeals, all those baffles that test us, that strengthen us, that challenge us. That's all the work of our Divine Mother. Let's take some quick comments here. Kundalini King says, wife and I watched Excalibur the other night. Wonderful film. Yeah, absolutely. And Kundalini King says, I appreciate this. Okay, let's see if we can get this one right. Suppenkasper? Suppenkasper. That sounds vaguely German or something, or Nordic or something. Suppenkasper. Okay. Should one bring a offering of something, material, bury it in the earth for our mother and thank our mother, or would that be black magic? It's completely unnecessary. It's is it black magic? No, not necessarily, but gratitude is thanks enough. And remembering is what's important. People often talk about mindfulness, and you will hear us mention self-observation. But that's only part of the process. That's only part of the formula. Mindfulness is important. Yes, absolutely. Going through life, living one eye in and one eye out. But self-remembering is essential. To remember who you really are, to remember your innermost being, and most importantly, to remember your Divine Mother. Now, why? Why should that be important? It's important because as you are going through life, being mindful of everything inside of you and around you, it's important to remember who it all comes from, who made it possible. Because as you remember who makes things possible and who makes things happen, and that's your Divine Mother, who's here to give you all you need in life, now you face difficult people and difficult circumstances and tragic circumstances and chaos and disorder and loss and all of these so-called negative things happening in your life. If you remember your Divine Mother, if you remember life is baffling, then you face those tests and trials and ordeals with a very, very different approach and a very different mindset. You don't face them in a reactive, mechanical way, and you don't face them begrudgingly, and you don't face them saying, oh, woe is me, like with victim mentality. You face them as, okay, this is here for my benefit. As much as it may seem like you're being punished, or that you're being, life is going out of its way to hinder you and prevent you from making progress on whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. If you remember your Divine Mother, then you will know, okay, I have to face this now. I have to overcome this now. And whatever it is that I wanted to do, that I thought I was here to do, that I thought I was here to accomplish, either I'm not really here to accomplish that, or It's just I'm not meant to do it yet. It's delayed, and I've got to do this thing first. I've got to overcome this obstacle first. And most likely, I have to overcome what's inside of me that's reacting negatively to this obstacle out here. Because that's the real trick to all of this. That's the real reason why we have to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, because they are a mirror. They draw out of us and draw to the surface that which we need to comprehend in ourself. That's why when we practice mindfulness or self-observation, it's one eye in and one eye out. And we remember our Divine Mother, and we remember that she is Lady Liberty. Who is Lady Liberty? For those of you who aren't American, we like this this graphic here, because this is Lady Columbia, right? And in her hand, she holds aloft a fire and a light. You know the Statue of Liberty, but this is Lady Liberty. This is Lady Columbia. But before we get to this, let's tackle a couple while we're in the process of answering this question. So sit back and you will gather the answer. Leah Detonacour says, speaking about water, are tears magical? Should we not cry for those who don't know the value of our tears? Do tears hold power? Are they waters of life? Okay, so we mentioned that in the context of Dune, in the context of the desert planet Arrakis, and how the Fremen says to a crying character, don't waste your water. Don't give your water away to anyone, not even to the dead, because it's the most precious thing. There's nothing wrong with crying in our world, in our reality, right? We must not confuse the literal tears of Dune to our tears. The waters of life and the waters that the Fremen value so much in Dune is an allegory for our sexual waters. And so no, tears are not magical in that sense. And no, you don't have to hold back your tears. It's not healthy to hold back tears. If you want to cry tears of joy, cry your tears of joy. If you want to cry tears of sadness, cry. Because when you're crying tears of sadness, that's a way for your body to express and get rid of negative emotional energy. Don't hold it in. You're going to give yourself cancer if you do that. So don't ever read fantasy or science fiction or mythology of any kind on a literal level and think that what they tell you to do literally is what you need to do in real life. We have to find the deeper significance, the deeper allegorical meaning, and make that connection. So the waters of life in Dune, we're talking about the sexual waters. That's our individual divine mother. That's our divine mother Kundalini. So what you don't want to waste, and we covered this last week, that you don't want to waste your sexual waters through, for example, the orgasm, or through, for example, indulging desires of any kind. But if you need to cry, cry. If the tears of joy, if you feel overwhelmed and the tears of joy, let yourself cry tears of joy. You don't need to hold those back. Kundalini King says, your book, can you talk about it? Most certainly we can talk about it. Can you wait a while and we can get to it later? Or it's what is there to say? It's the first part one is our life story. Part two is talking about the 4 driving elements of the Great Awakening: transhumanist AI, conspiracy, woke culture wars, and New Age. And part 3 is so part 1 is our journey through hell. Part 2 is what we learned in hell, and part 3 is a seeker's guide to escaping hell. So that's in a nutshell. You can get more info from the website, or if you have any more specific questions, you can ask them perhaps later during the Q&A session. But we want to continue on with the flow that we were on with the Divine Mother for now. Supin Kashber says, "Thanks a lot. You're very welcome." So let's get back to why you need to remember your Divine Mother, though, because we haven't really answered your question. Supin Kashber, like how do you worship? Like how do you show your devotion to your Divine Mother? Like what's the purpose in remembering her all the time? And the purpose is this: she's Lady Liberty. So she holds aloft, in this particular case, it's the torch, it's the light of Lucifer, the light bringer. Who and what is Lucifer? Our individual Lucifer is an aspect of our Divine Mother. She holds Lucifer in her right hand, and Lucifer sheds light on our defects and vices, our egos. Because you cannot be free from that which you are ignorant of. Ignorance, hypnosis and ignorance are what enslave us, because our consciousness is hypnotized and kept ignorant. To awaken the consciousness, we must shed light on that which is conditioning our consciousness. This is the cause of the human condition and the human conditioned. So, Kundalini King, you asked us about our book. What we're talking about right now in this instance is also in our book. So, the human condition, or the human conditioned, is the consciousness that is enslaved by those entities that are hypnotizing it and causing its ignorance. But in order to liberate ourselves from the causes of our hypnosis and ignorance and the causes of our suffering, because hypnosis and ignorance is the basis for suffering, then we have to shed light on the elements that are responsible for our hypnosis and ignorance. That light is Lucifer, the light bringer. That's the torch held in the right hand of our Divine Mother, Lady Liberty, Lady Columbia. And what does this light of consciousness avail ourselves to? Well, we said many times, especially in our previous live streams where we were discussing the true nature of Tantra, that consciousness has masculine and feminine aspects. The masculine is expressive, the feminine is receptive. And when masculine expression meets feminine reception, the law of 3 applies. And you have a third aspect is born. You have experience. You have an experience. When an expression and a reception meet, what is born out of the union of expression and reception is experience. That's a sexual process. The law of 3, the act of creation. So when the light of consciousness illuminates and sheds light on our defects and vices, and we are able to consciously experience them, what results from experience but experiential knowledge? What the Greeks called gnosis. Gnosis is the antithesis of hypnosis and ignorance. You see, it's all connected. And it's our Divine Mother who makes this possible. This is why she is Lady Liberty. But there's another step that takes place. And there's another lady. We don't have a graphic for her. Well, you know what? We can pull one up probably pretty easily on the internet. If you give us 2 seconds here. Here, let's see if is that a decent size? Oh, here, can we open it in a new window? No. Terrible. Let's try this one. Okay. Open image in new tab. There we go. We can work with that, right? You guys can, it's not the best, but she's got the scale. She's holding the scales. That's Lady Justice. Isn't it fascinating how these are all women? Lady Liberty and Lady Justice. Now, Lady Justice, she stands under her left foot is the law. Right? You see the book here. Now let's zoom in. She's standing upon the law. Now this is not, we don't want you to confuse Lady Justice that we're speaking of with the laws of men. We're not talking about Lady Justice, outside of the courthouse. In the same way that we specifically found an image which was Lady Liberty, which was not the Statue of Liberty, right? We found a unique expression because we're not talking about the law of men here. We're talking about the great law, the laws of the universe. Like we were speaking last week about the law of love or the law of sex, and prior to that, the law of love. There's the great law of karma, of cause and effect. This is the justice that we're speaking of here. And this is how Lady Liberty comes into play, the divine feminine, because bearing witness to a crime, bearing witness to the psychological aggregates, the egos, the demons inside of us that cause us and others suffering, that cause us to pursue our cravings and aversions, and that seek to steal our precious waters, our precious sexual energy, and cause our sexual energy to flow down and out, to be wasted. Like the Harkonnen who are, harvesting the spice from Dune. The spice must flow, they say. Well, bearing witness to a crime is only the first step. The criminals must be prosecuted under the law. And this is why, if our Divine Mother, through Lucifer, the light bringer, shines light onto our defects and vices, that allows us to bear witness, that allows us to give faith to testify. That's what the real meaning of the word faith is. To be able to bear witness, to be able to testify. And the only remaining use of faith in contemporary English that preserves its original meaning is found in the expression to be faithful to one's spouse. To be faithful to one's spouse has nothing to do with belief. You either do it or you don't do it. You either are faithful or you are not. You cannot believe you are faithful. Faithfulness has nothing to do with belief. To be faithful to your spouse means to know your spouse intimately at the exclusion of all others. You will have no gods before me. Faith is to be one intimately with your own innermost Christ, with your own innermost divine feminine aspect. To be faithful to your divine mother, like a child is faithful to his mother, a child is faithful to his family. You shall have no other gods before me. Those other gods are not gods out there. They're your demons. They're your egos. They're the false prophets, the false gods of our psychology. So another reason why we want to remember our divine mother is remember that she's an aspect of our true self. She's an aspect of who we truly are. And to be faithful to the divine feminine within us means not to fornicate with false prophets, not to fornicate with false gods. And there is nothing that demons like to do more than masquerade and impersonate gods, impersonate angels and archangels and masters. Look, they do it all the time. Go and observe the New Age. How many black magicians claim to be prophets and gurus? Or go and look to the born-again Christians. How many televangelists are there who claim to be speaking on behalf of Christ, like Joel Osteen and his 80,000 people plus megachurch and his $28 million square foot mansion with a helicopter pad? Really? He's an ambassador of Christ? Really? Interesting. I don't recall Christ building a Colosseum-sized stadium for his followers. I don't recall Christ having the equivalent of a helicopter 2,000 years ago. Maybe I'm wrong on that. You guys can fact check me on that. If Christ had a 28 million square foot mansion that we don't know about, you guys can fact check me on that. How's that? But something inside me says that there's something off. And just you follow your own intuition on that. There's nothing the Black Lodge loves more than impersonating the White Lodge. And you know how many people have been duped because they've been approached by so-called angels and archangels and resplendent masters in the astral plane, or when they took psychedelics and they were approached by some resplendent angel of light and said, I have chosen you to be my messenger, and you will be my channeler, and you will channel my teachings and give it to the world. Next time you're in a bookstore, go to the New Age section and just pick some random books off the shelf and read the back cover or the inside fold where they describe the book. And just when you get to a part where it says, this was channeled by the Archangel Michael, or the channeled by the Archangel Gabriel, blah, 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 right? you're holding in your hand a work of black magic. You're holding in your hand a testimony of a demon pretending to be an angel. And some poor schmo whose name is on the front cover as the author fell for it. Oh, you know what? And Soup and Kasper, we had, back when we were in university, we had a girlfriend who was absolutely possessed by Kenneth Copeland. She was completely, he is hypnotic. Yeah, all of these guys, these are charismatic leaders, and they're able to hypnotize their followers. And she was completely hook, line, and sinker. She was a Kenneth Copeland fanatic. So yeah, absolutely, 100%. You can see it. You don't just see it in his eyes. You see it in the eyes of anybody who follows him and who believes that he is a real voice of truth, because you could see it in her eyes. When she talked about Kenneth Copeland, you could see that she was completely enslaved, completely hypnotized, mesmerized, fascinated. There's so many different words that we can apply there. But yeah, there's nothing. Well, there are a few activities that the Black Lodge really, really relish. One of them was pretending to be a master of the White Lodge. The goal is to take advantage of the naive. So really masquerading and impersonating an angel, archangel, ascended master, what have you, that's really a means to an end. It's not the masquerade part that they enjoy. It's the taking advantage of the naive that they enjoy. That's what really the Black Lodge is all about. Exploiting purity, exploiting innocence, which is why we have to be careful about the words that we use because of the platform that we are on. But that is why youth attracted persons are becoming a thing. Youth attracted persons. And there are forces in play trying to normalize, and you have seen this, you know about this. We don't even have to tell you about the fellow Mr. Epstein and his island, and the fact that he didn't kill himself, and all the people who visited that island, and what that island trafficked, and what that individual and his wife was in the business of. And you've maybe have heard about things like the Netflix documentary called Cuties, and the hypersexualization of children. And they're getting younger and younger and younger. They have beauty pageants for children, prepubescent little girls, and they even have these messed up, screwed up, over sexualized talent portions of the contest, where they're essentially doing like striptease or erotic suggestive dance in flamboyant and revealing hypersexualized outfits, and they have swimsuit competition, and like it's complete and total depravity. It is completely and totally unacceptable in every conceivable possible way. There is absolutely zero objective, positive anything about it. It is indefensible, objectively speaking, in the eyes of the great law. Speaking of law. But the Black Lodge gets off on exploiting purity and innocence. There is nothing the Black Lodge loves more than to twist, tempt, and corrupt. This is the great wisdom and knowledge and truth that was revealed to us in that other great contemporary mythology, Star Wars, where in all three trilogies, the focus was always on a character who was very strong with the Force, and how the Sith were plotting to turn them to the dark side. And it's all about turning them to the dark side and getting the Jedi. And the more powerful the Jedi, the more desperately, the more they covet, the more they lust after the possibility of turning him to the dark side. The further you get along the path, the more conscious you become, the more aware of your higher self, the more powers you unlock, if that's in the cards for you, if you become more clairvoyant, and the more you practice white tantra, or the more you practice scientific chastity and pranayama, and you're preserving your sexual force, rest assured, the more you will become a target, the more the temptations will come. We have to be prepared for that, because there's nothing that they enjoy more, that they get off on more, because purity of energy, what they're exploiting, the more pure it is, the more it's like their drug, but it also fuels them. So it's like moths to a flame, or like so many other expressions that we can use. Supin Kashper says it's like a Medusa. He was referring to Kevin Copeland and his ability to mesmerize. Well, black magicians and used car salesmen, but any type of con artist, any type of person using psychological manipulation, they're using black magic. And yeah, so he says watch Dr. Sleep, which is Dr. Sleep, if it's the prequel to The Shining, if we're right on that. But anytime anybody is putting a consciousness to sleep, or using the power of suggestion, hypnosis, etc., this is all psychological manipulation in which you're messing with people's free will. That's all black magic. So let's get back to our two ladies, our Lady Liberty and Lady Justice, and we'll move on, but not before we describe how Lady Liberty shines light on our defects and vices, and then we have the evidence, because we are witnesses. We have observed ourselves. We observe and we comprehend how our egos cause us suffering and cause us others suffering. We've analyzed our egos in meditation, in retrospection meditation. We've observed them in the moment. We've seen them with the help of our innermost Lucifer, with the light of consciousness that was shining on our defects and vices. And perhaps we've meditated on them in retrospection meditation, and we analyze them in our consciousness, not intellectually, but consciously. And we grasp, we comprehend, aha, this is how that ego, that psychological malware, exploits my energy, my divine mother. This is how my innocence gets twisted and corrupted. And this is how this ego plays with me. Once you have that moment of clarity, that eureka, that comprehension, now Lady Justice can come. And we've described this in past live streams, so we'll do it a perhaps a more condensed or shorter version of it, where you go into meditation and you visualize a courtroom. You are the prosecuting attorney. The accused is the ego that you've comprehended. Maybe it's fear, lust, greed, gluttony, shame, pride. Doesn't matter. Whatever ego, whatever it is that you are analyzing, that you are observing in yourself, and you witnessed and you comprehended that, you had this flash moment of insight thanks to your innermost Lucifer, and you've illuminated and you've witnessed, and you now can bear witness and testify. Now it's up to you to prosecute before Lady Justice, who holds the scales, right? That holds the scales of balance. And she has her sword in her right hand. Right? This is a clue. And in the seat of the judge, you have Anubis, and in the jury are the lords of karma. And you can visualize all of this in meditation. And you present your case as prosecuting attorney. And you share and you grasp and you visualize and you express everything that you have witnessed, that you can testify to. You give faith. And the jury and the judge pass judgment, and they declare the ego guilty. And now all that remains is for the ego to pay the price, for the judgment to be passed, and for the ego to essentially be executed. Now, who does that? We call forth, we can use the mantra Ra-mi-o, Ra-mi-o, Ra-mi-o 3 times. And you pray and you beseech Lady Justice, your divine mother, to appear in the courtroom and come armed with her flaming sword and her scales of justice, to come and recover that which was stolen by this ego. And this is a mantra that we mentioned last week. The mantra is Krim, Krim, and it's you don't have to practice this mantra out loud, because all of this is taking place in your mind's eye, because it's a meditation and you're visualizing. So you don't have to speak out loud. This is all being taking place in your mind's eye, in your consciousness. So you pronounce the mantra Krim, Krim, Krim. You want to extend the R and roll the R. We can't roll our R's, so we can't demonstrate it for you. This is one of our shortcomings. We can't. We've tried practicing for hours. It just doesn't work for us. So again, the mantra to invoke your divine mother is Ra-mi-o, okay? And then the mantra, you want to pronounce this mentally as your divine mother takes that, as Lady Liberty takes that sword of hers and stabs you 3 times. Stabs you 3 times. In the heart, in the head, in the heart, and in the sex, in your spinal column. But it's in your physical body, but your spinal column, but in the sex, in the sexual organs. Because that's the root of desire. And this is where that ego resides, in the 3 brains of the human machine. In the intellectual center, the emotional center, and the motor instinctive sexual center. And each time she stabs in each one of those centers, you want to pronounce the mantra Krim mentally. and feel the flames, feel her fire burning, incinerating, cleansing you in the fires, cleansing you of that ego which you have comprehended. Your divine mother, Lady Justice, okay, it's the law, she can only eliminate, she can only pass judgment and execute those egos which have been proven through eyewitness testimony. They've been proven to be guilty, which is why our Divine Mother has these two aspects as it relates to our defects and vices. Lady Liberty and Lady Justice. Because these are the two steps we have to be able to, it's like you have to be the detective and the prosecuting attorney. So it's the detective drama and the courtroom drama. Why do you think that people are so drawn to detective stories and murder mysteries and then courtroom dramas? Because they are reflections of what we're talking about here, and why there is always so much catharsis around. Like, for example, when you watch that courtroom drama, A Few Good Men, and Jack Nicholson is on the stage, or the stage. Yes, it's the stage of life. Jack Nicholson is on the witness stand, and Tom Cruise is interrogating him, and he's badgering him, and he knows that Colonel Jessup wants to say it. He wants to come out. He wants to say it. And it's all about, and there's this moment of catharsis that happens in that film when the perpetrator of the crime finally just gleefully admits to the courtroom that you're goddamn right, I did. You're goddamn right, I gave the order. And even Tom Cruise's character is shocked. He can't believe it. He said, I can't believe I just pulled this off. He just admitted it. There's a reason why there is so much catharsis in that for us. It's not altogether just entertainment. We're on the edge of our seats and we're waiting, and we're just waiting, and we're waiting. And because why? Because there's that moment, that spark, that moment of liberation, of liberty, when light is shone upon the guilty. And there it is. And it's like, it's there for the whole world to see, for the whole courtroom to see. And then the follow-up is Lady Judgment comes and passes judgment. But not until that liberation takes place, not until that illumination takes place, that comprehension. In shadow work, in the Jungian context, we want to integrate the shadow, but it's, what are we integrating? Like we explained weeks ago when we were talking about this, it's like you uncover a 300-year-old bottle of champagne. Well, if you're going to do as most people would do nowadays, you would go and get it appraised, and then you'd go and stick it down into your wine cellar because it's worth who knows how much money, or you'd go and take it to auction and sell it. But the reality is, there's only one way to integrate champagne, and that is you have to drink it. You have to pop the cork. You pop the cork, you let the vintage out, and then you can interact with it and know what a 200-year-old, 300-year-old bottle of Dom Perignon tastes like. Until then, you don't know. All the experts in the world can tell you, and you won't know. You can have the bottle sitting in your wine cellar, and you can be admiring it, but you won't know what it is. You might think you know, but you won't know. So the integration of the shadow is not integration of the bottle of champagne in your life. Once you drink the champagne, what good is the bottle? Why do you need the bottle anymore? Your Divine Mother comes and smashes the bottle. and recycles it. Because you got what was valuable out of the bottle and you integrated it. The knowledge, the wisdom, the experience, the light, the gnosis. And then your Divine Mother smashes the bottle. Because that's all that the bottle was there for, was containing this precious, valuable contents that you need to integrate. It's the same symbols, the same process. And the whole point of psychotherapy is for the psychotherapist to guide you using his intuition and listening very carefully and using his knowledge of archetypes and allegories, and to be able to guide you through asking you questions and taking you on this journey so that you yourself have that moment of comprehension, that cathartic experiential knowledge where you've been guided and walked through and talked through this open process of conscious experiential knowledge of what has been haunting you, what has been causing you suffering. That's the process of psychoanalysis, to get you to the experience of Lady Liberty, to cast the light of Lucifer on your defects and vices. That's what psychoanalysis is. And it's that moment of comprehension and that realization that Jung called the integration of the shadow. But it's not the demon that you're integrating. It's the knowledge and conscious awareness and knowledge of how the demon messes with you, takes control of you, possesses you, and causes you and others suffering. It makes your life miserable. These two aspects of our Divine Mother, they're obviously related. Lady Liberty and Lady Justice. But they're clearly just the Divine Mother, the Divine Feminine. We cannot progress without them, without the process that we just described, that we talked about for 3 weeks prior, when we talked about follow your bliss, explore the abyss, and return to base. We're talking about the Aum of life. Because everything comes to be or not to be with the spiral pattern of Aum. You cannot make progress without it, without doing it, without doing this process of knowing yourself and comprehending the baffles that cause you, the turbulence and that hold you back, that cause resistance and prevent you from getting to the next level. You have to be able to face your Balrog, like Gandalf faces the Balrog. And this entire process is facilitated by your Divine Mother. Everything about it is orchestrated and facilitated by your Divine Mother. And it's only a question of whether you remember her and pay attention and participate in this process. If not, your Divine Mother is going to, because of severity and mercy, your Divine Mother is going to continually serve you up the conditions necessary for you to see your defects and vices. We attract not what we want, we attract what we are. That's the law of attraction. And if we are fear and anger and pride and lust, we will attract circumstances that stimulate, that trigger those demons and get them to come up to the surface. Why? So that Lady Liberty can shine the light of Lucifer on them, so that we can see them. And because this is the only way we can be free of them, our Divine Mother will not stop presenting us with opportunities to see the causes of our suffering, because we have to see them first. We have to know them next. Intimately, we have to comprehend them. We have to see them. We have to see the light. It's the only way she can then eliminate them for us. We have to learn our lesson. We have to. She can't rid us of them unless we learn our lesson. That's why there are so many people who experience the same thing over and over and over and over again. This is a very contentious issue, but you may have heard of women who, relationship after relationship after relationship after relationship, they find themselves in abusive relationships with abusive boyfriends and abusive husbands over and over and over and over again. And that individual, that woman, if she listens to who knows what kind of contemporary feminist bullshit, she might be convinced that the world is out to get her and that she's just a victim and so on and so forth. But the reality is, she has not learned what she needed to learn. And the only way she can become cognizant and aware and conscious of the demon inside of her is by having an external mirror triggering that and causing that demon to come up to the surface. It's the only way. Our Divine Mother is not cruel. Our Divine Mother, it's severity and mercy. A mother's love for her child. A mother gives a child what the child needs, including the necessary discipline, the harsh lessons. Why do you think we have these 2 generations of completely useless young people today? Because they weren't raised properly. They weren't raised with unconditional love. They weren't raised with severity and mercy. They were spoiled. And they were raised with modern pediatricians and pediatric psychologists' idea of what raising children is all about. And they were raised under the cloud of this bullshit trauma theory of human behavior, that, oh my God, we can't subject children to anything difficult or challenging or harsh or whatever, because, oh, they'll develop a trauma, which is complete and utter nonsense. That's total horseshit. Children are far more resilient than we give them credit for. Now, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to abuse them. That's the pendulum swinging way too far the other way. But to be hard on children is good for them when it's necessary, when it's required. To be soft on children all the time, you end up with weak adults. They're not even adults. They're just grown-up children, and they're weak, and they're entitled, and they're victims, and they're all the other things that they are, completely and totally, utterly useless. Lost generations. Why? Because the other thing is they're being raised by institutions and institutional learning and institutions' concepts of what's right and wrong. Artificial intelligence cannot know the truth. Whether it's a computer or an AI or an institutional setting like a school system or a school board or a medical system or the Institute of Pediatric Psychologists, they don't know the truth. You cannot codify and quantify into a system, into a mechanical system, cannot codify and quantify divine universal truth, because that mechanical system is unconscious. And if the people who are trying to follow the dot the I's and cross the T's according to that mechanical system are just using their rational mind, guess what? They're hypnotized and they're ignorant. There is no replacement for the love of a mother for her children. There is no mechanical institutional replacement for that. None. Zero. Impossible. Impossible. And there is no replacement for your individual Divine Mother. There is nothing out there that can substitute. And there's nothing in here, in your rational mind, that can substitute for the knowledge and wisdom and love of your Divine Mother for you. And if you want to second guess and this and that and other thing, you're free to do so. You're free to follow the machinations of your artificial intelligence, of your rational mind. Your Divine Mother is not going to stop loving you. And you will keep running into the same thing over and over and over and over again until you learn your lesson. Because in the Aum of Life, if you're going around the spiral in the Aum of Life, let's see if we can. Okay, you will be stuck on the level that you're at, going around and 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 around. Do this on a piece of paper with a pen, and see how long it takes you to cut through the paper. But it's not until you comprehend your demon and your Divine Mother eliminates it. Remember, this is follow your bliss. This is explore your bliss. This is return to base. And then you return the next level. And then you have a whole new level to pursue. And you'll have to go around and around and around and around until you do the same work. And then you can get to the next level. And the goal is the Aum of Life, to keep advancing levels. Which is where we get the concept of level up in video games. But you cannot level up. It's just like a video game. You've got to keep playing the same level over and over and over and over again until you learn the patterns, until you learn your mistakes, what you're doing wrong, and until you learn how it is, with the help of the light of Lucifer, the light bringer. And then at some point you're playing that level and you go, oh, now I know what I was doing wrong. And you figure out what the final boss was doing and how to beat him. And then boom, then you beat him. And then it was like, oh my gosh, that was really easy. It was only until you just had to figure out the right combination of things to do to beat that level. And then what happens? You go to the next level, and the next level is harder. And as you progress through that video game, the levels, the challenges get harder and harder and harder and harder. But the more you defeat the baddies inside of you, the more you liberate consciousness and faculties, and the more you develop skills and abilities that are going to serve you in those higher and higher and harder levels. So the video game analogy is really an excellent one. We're a little bit behind on chat, so let's jump back. And so Kundalini King said facts to something we said. And he also said heart and feather of truth. Heart, yes, the heart and feather of truth. Okay, now Kundalini King, this reference comes from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, of course, where when we pass, when we die, our heart is weighed by Anubis and the Lords of Karma. Our heart is weighed against a feather. And if our heart is heavier than a feather, then we're not allowed to continue into nirvana. We have to go and relive another life. We have to return. But that's the heart and feather of truth, right? Those are what belong on the scales, in other words. Leah de Tonacour says, Bashar came to mind. And she says, Pleasure Island on Pinocchio. They were telling us all along. Just thought I'd mention that speaking about Epstein. it's not a one-to-one comparison there. We see where you're coming from, Leia. There's more similarities between Pinocchio, Pleasure Island, and Lord of the Flies, if you've ever read that book, where the young boys get stranded on a desert island and things go to hell. But we see where you're coming from, the connection between young boys and Pleasure Island, and the fact that they were lured there, right? And then they were enslaved as a result. Well, actually, no, they turned into donkeys. Okay, so this is Bole. Okay, we're gonna take a guess that that's Bole. We were having difficulty making that out because someone's doing some neat font tricks there. Okay, so Bole says Christ rides a bike. Is that a reference to our video on the triune human being? Or that was in a comment made when we said we doubt that Christ had the equivalent of a helicopter. And George Carlin did a bit on Jesus Christ where he an interview with Jesus Christ, and George Carlin plays in Jesus Christ, and they ask him, well, what would you have liked? And he said, I would have liked to have had a bicycle. Yeah, you know how much walking and talking I did? Yeah, a bicycle would have come in handy. So anyways, there's a number of different references this could be to. Benjamin Ochoa says, that's what rap music lives off, trauma. Well, it's certainly, rap music lives off of a lot of things, indulges a lot of things, doesn't it? Tiffany says, so at each level it gets harder. Goes at what point does it get easier? It doesn't get easier. Why would you want it to get easier? Now, let's be clear on what we mean by harder. The challenges, and they're not the same challenges. They're not the same. So and Tiffany says, I say it gets easier because certain aspects of my life feel better once I've done the work. So we have to see it in the context of when you are liberated from an ego that has been haunting you, that has been possessing you and causing you suffering. When you free yourself from that, then clearly you don't live with that burden anymore. So in that sense, things get easier because you don't have to live with that anymore. You've overcome it. You've transmuted it. You've, with the help of your divine mother, you've comprehended it and you've eliminated it. But there are other challenges that appear, not at the exact same moment, because it takes time for these things to unfold, and we're given reprieves, right? So you can't, in the same way that you can't exercise every day, full on, lifting weights, full body every single day, you'll burn yourself out. You'll suffer from overtraining. You need to give yourself opportunities for rest and recovery. Well, your divine mother is infinitely wise. Your divine mother is not going to throw things at you over and over and over and over and over again, constantly in your face, and like you just got over some like major thing in your life and you've just gotten through it. It's not like the next day you're going to be falling, head first into a whole new crisis. It's there's severity and there's mercy. So, and the other thing is that when you encounter that new level, it's just like in a video game. The beginning of the level, There's a ramping up of the difficulty. So it's like a roller coaster. There's ebbs and flows, there's ups and downs. But we shouldn't be naive, and we shouldn't think that as we advance into higher levels, that the challenges are not going to be advancing along with us. Because then what would be the point of that? What would be the point of the game getting easier? Now, there's a lot of relative aspects in there, because perhaps the last challenge was so difficult and so demanding and so challenging that you actually advanced quite a bit, or you developed some new capacity, some new ability, which is going to serve you very, very, very well over the next few levels. So maybe the next few levels do seem easier, but they're not easier. It's just that you have developed the capacity to deal with greater amounts of challenge. So what would have seemed very hard in the past now seems like child's play. But make no mistake, it's no easier than what you've been dealing with in the past. It's more challenging, but you're at a higher level now. So this question of easier, harder, that's a subjective viewpoint of your experience of what is objectively more challenging, because there is no point to do it otherwise. What kind of game do you know starts hard and gets easier as you go, where the final boss of the game is the easiest boss? Nobody designs a game that way. No one starts weightlifting, bench pressing 500 pounds, and each week progresses 10 pounds less until eventually they reach their peak at 50 pounds. This doesn't happen. People don't start playing the piano with Rachmaninoff and work their way up to chopsticks. Doesn't happen. This is objective fact. Your perception of it might be different. By the time you reach the level of Rachmaninoff, maybe you've played so much Bach that Rachmaninoff seems like child's play to you. But objectively, it's harder than chopsticks. And objectively, it's harder than Bach. Your experience of it may seem like it's easier. Maybe you were born to play Rachmaninoff. Maybe you're Rachmaninoff reincarnated. Who knows? Leah de Contour says, she will give us our aha moment, the Divine Mother. That's what she's trying to do. That's what she's trying to do. That's what she's orchestrating. That's what she is arranging. Our environment, our circumstances, the people we meet, everything that we are attracting is to lead us to that point, that aha moment, that moment of comprehension. Tiffany is laughing tears of laughter here at the thought of playing chopsticks. Okay. Where do we go from here? Because last week we were talking about the laws of sex, and we were talking about Divine Mother Devi Kundalini Shakti and how we work with those energies and those fires. It's important to note that some of our strongest demons, our egos that we've lived with possibly for countless lifetimes, can only be dissolved by our Divine Mother when we're practicing white tantra, because of the process of transmutation, the metaphysical science of the activation of the Kundalini during coitus. The Kundalini becomes more powerful. And it's not just for the creation of the solar bodies, but it's also for the destruction of our lunar bodies, the incineration of our lunar bodies, the incineration of our egos. So we can do a lot of the work as singles, as bachelors and bachelorettes. We can make a lot of progress working with our practices, meditation, mindfulness, right, self-observation, self-remembering, remembering our Divine Mother, our so-called shadow work, if you want to call it that, meditation on our egos, observation and meditation of our egos. But if we are dealing with something which is more elaborate, a more powerful entity, then we will need something stronger to incinerate it. Now, the observation of it and comprehension of it is still on us. We have to do that first. Far too many Gnostics are far too keen to practice white tantra for obvious reasons, and they put far too much emphasis on white tantra and not enough emphasis on doing the psychological work. It's, as we said, Lady Justice can only pass judgment on those egos which have been found guilty because of eyewitness testimony. We have to do the detective work. We have to do that work. It's not enough just to practice white tantra and expect that we're going to become Christified masters. Before Jesus rose from the dead, a Christified master, he had to go through the crucifixion. We have to go through the very difficult work of comprehending and eliminating our egos with the help of our Divine Mother. In the comprehension side and the elimination side. Now, all of this on an individual level, on an individual basis, in microcosm, has interesting implications in the macrocosm. When we start talking about the Divine Mother in a more generalized or universal way, we talk about Mother Nature. We talked about Mother Gaia, for example, right? Athena, Isis, the Divine Feminine in the abstract, as opposed to the very personal, intimate relationship we have with our individual Divine Mother. We can observe the universe and the functionings of the cosmos and the planet and the human condition from a perspective of the various different expressions of the Divine Mother, the Divine Feminine force, which, let's face it, is everything. And invariably, we face a harsh reality that the Divine Feminine expresses in different ways on different levels in accordance with the duality that is expressed through her. And in order to be able to present to us the dynamic which we require in accordance with the Alm of Life in order to advance, in order to evolve. And that harsh reality is that there are two natures to nature. There's divine nature and there's mechanical nature. And that mechanical nature serves divine nature, yes, and has divinity within it, but its very existence is there, as we described, to make life baffling for divine nature. We actually have a different graphic that expresses this from our book. And it is here. The fundamental duality of reality, the fundamental duality of nature, is this expression of a divine nature and a mechanical nature, and how these two worlds meet in what's known as the kingdom, or Malkut, on the tree of life. You see that depicted here, where we have a tree of life, the supernal worlds, and then we have an inverted tree of life. These are the infernal worlds. This is called Klipoth, or the lunar astral plane, the lower fifth dimension. And in the evolution of the monad, up from the physical to the absolute, we have to go through the Alm of Life, but we have to, in the process, we have to go into our own psychological hell and face our demons there that are holding us down, that are holding us back. And again, we turn to water here for an understanding, an allegory to assist us in comprehending the relationship between these two natures. And we use the analogy of the water cycle, where you have clouds and you have water vapor in those clouds. And through a process of condensation and precipitation, that water falls to the earth and forms liquid water on the earth. Now, that water experiences undercurrents and depth. So the deeper you go, the greater the pressure that water is under. The water becomes denser the deeper you go, which is directly analogous to the levels of hell. The deeper you go into hell, the greater the pressure, the greater the stress, the greater the pain, the greater the suffering. It's just like if you try diving really deep, you're going to get crushed by the water pressure. So there is density in liquid water, and then there is the ephemeral state of water vapor. So the water in the air can become lighter and lighter and lighter and more thinly dispersed, more finely dispersed, more subtle the higher you go, until eventually you pass through the atmosphere altogether into space, into nothingness. And again, we can use water here as water, as we express the waters of life. And the water cycle, as water vapor turns into liquid water, and then back, that's the waters of life. That's how life survives on this planet. Again, it's analogous to the Divine Mother, because all these astronomers looking for other planets out there, they're looking for planets with liquid water on them. That's what they're looking for. That's all they know to look for, is a planet with liquid water on the surface, because that's the best shot of finding life, according to the materialist scientists and the astronomers. But what's a very specific note here that we want to highlight is, you see, what's congruent with the physical world is the surface tension on the water. We all know that when you look at the electromagnetic spectrum, the visible spectrum of light, the spectrum of energy that we can experience with our eyes and the five senses, it's tiny. It's a tiny little sliver of the overall electromagnetic spectrum. In the same way, if you look at the difference between liquid water and water in the atmosphere, what separates the two is this tiny, tiny, tiny little film that we call surface tension. And what causes surface tension? It's very simply, it is the collecting, the amassing of water molecules as they are attempting to evaporate. They are being excited by the solar force, and they are attempting to evaporate. So they pool up, they collect, they bunch up along the surface. And that creates this phenomenon that we call surface tension, that bugs can walk on, and mosquitoes can walk on, and other insects can walk on, and so forth. That is our physical reality, is the surface tension between the undercurrents of liquid water, the underworld, the infernal worlds of ever increasing density the lower you go, and the supernal worlds, the ephemeral worlds, the subtle worlds, where there's no longer any physicality. And that's water vapor, that's water in the atmosphere, and the clouds above, and then beyond the atmosphere, the abstract space, the absolute. And all of it is water. Remember that. It's all water. The depths, the crushing depths, and also the clouds in the heavens. It's water. It's all the Divine Mother, in other words. And the undercurrents are there to try to keep the water and hold the water in its liquid state, in its physical form. And the sun, the Christ, is shining, trying to coax and draw the water up out of its physical form to exist in the supernal worlds, in its ephemeral form, in its subtle form. And where these two forces of divine and mechanical nature intersect and overlap is on that surface tension, where you have these monads that are on the cusp of we're not going to use the word ascending, because that's not the right word, of awakening and self-realizing. They're on the cusp of that. But the forces of mechanical nature are constantly trying to drag us down and pull us down into the depths of hell. And all of this is the divine feminine. There's no getting around it. Nature has two natures. And the difference is that the sunlight, the Christ, sends its light and its fire and its heat, but it doesn't. It's able to excite the water molecules, but it doesn't force them and cause them to evaporate. They have to do that on their own. But the undercurrents will force themselves and trap the water molecules in liquid form. We talked about this earlier. The Black Lodge will possess you. They will enslave you. That's their purpose. That's their job. Because if it was too easy for water to evaporate, there would be no water on the ground. There'd be no water in the oceans. There'd be no water for the fishes. There'd be no water in the soil. We would be living on Arrakis. We would be living on, this whole world would turn into Dune, right? If all the water just evaporated away. So the forces of mechanical nature have to not be stronger, but they have to be mechanical and forceful and imposing, deterministic. They must be. Mechanical nature must be that way in order for any of this to work. Because if water just, if it was as easy for water to evaporate as it is to condense and fall, then Kundalini King says right here, desertification. We would be living on Dune. We would be living on Arrakis. Yes, it is a wonderful allegory because it's so poignant. And again, it's water. We're talking about the Divine Mother. We're devoting ourselves to the Divine Mother here and the waters of life, the waters of sex, the waters of creation. And we're explaining here how, practically speaking, biological life could not exist if the forces of mechanical nature were not, in essence, stronger and overwhelming and deterministic. Yeah, it's salt and sulfur. If you're talking about alchemy, it's salt and sulfur. And Kundalini King, or earlier, he also gave us 3 hearts, and he also said Victor Schauberger, The Secret Life of Water, in reference to what we've been speaking about. So let us pause and take a moment to reflect on this. And Benjamin says, yeah, one word, overwhelming. This is important to note, especially, and this is important to remember, when we say remember your Divine Mother, this is important to remember and take very careful note of, because this humanity has been poisoned with a propaganda that says that all you have to do is believe in God or believe in Jesus, or all you have to do is recognize that you are already one with the universe and that you will ascend, that everybody is guaranteed to evaporate. This is a poisonous soul-killing propaganda of mystic pride and spiritual laziness that has been perpetrated on this humanity, and this humanity laps it up. Of course it does, because it's what people want to hear. Who doesn't want to hear that? People don't want to hear the truth. This is the truth. Kundalini King says humanity is an attainment, a title. Humanity, we use the term humanity to refer in general terms, but you're right, on an individual basis, to be a true human being is to be a Buddha. That's what it means to be a true human being. If you have not yet watched our video series on this, we have a series of videos on YouTube that explains all this with fair bit of clarity. And it's no, it's not there. Why would we open that up? Where is it now? It's StreamYard. That's this. Oh, okay. We got to close this. We come here and go to playlists, and we go down to here. Get shareable link and put it into the chat. And there you go. It's in the chat and it's on screen. But frankly, that's a long URL. You can cut and paste it out of the chat probably, but it's easier to remember it if you just go to our YouTube channel, which is Attlas Information. And the playlist is, we have a series of videos called, the playlist is called The Human Condition Solved. And it's related to our book, of course. There's 5 videos in the series, and you'll recognize them from the thumbnails. They all have a person thinking pensively or whatever in them. But in this video series, we talk about what it means to be a true human being. And it's basically, we use the analogy of a bicycle, right? So a triune human being, 3 in 1, a true human being. In other words, a bicyclist. That's the analogy we use. This is a Buddha in contemporary terms, in ways that everybody can understand, because there are very few people on the planet, maybe Eskimos and some other people in Africa and so on, who haven't ridden a bicycle. You know, people who live in the jungle, right? Maybe they don't need a bicycle, but almost every other human being on the planet has either ridden one or seen other people riding one. It's the most ubiquitous, popular vehicle on the planet, is the bicycle. And so when we talk about being a true human being, most people on this planet are just intellectual hominids, right? They're not true humans. This is also, by the way, you will also find this described in detail in our book, because we can just scroll up right here. Okay, this is one of the figures from our book. We explain everything in detail. But this is the triune human bicyclist model of what it means to be a true human being. Hume, manas, and being. So, but when we refer to a humanity, we have to have a word to talk about this humanity in general. And so we use the term humanity not in the sense of this is a planet of true human beings, because it isn't. It's a planet of intellectual hominids. It's a planet of human-like machines, is what it is. But again, we need, out of respect, out of practicality's sake, we have to refer to this humanity somehow, and we can't refer to it as a homininity, right? Even a fallen humanity is still a humanity, just not an awakened humanity. It's a fallen humanity. So it is appropriate to call humanity humanity, but on an individual basis, people are human beings or they are not. It is not appropriate to call any number of the vast number of people on this planet true human beings, because they're not. Because a true human being is a Buddha. We don't know many people who can honestly say about themselves and would honestly admit to themselves that they are a Buddha. These are very, very few. And yeah, as Kundalini says fully embodied by soul. That's one way to think about it. And he says, I'm ignorant. I just have the experience. The suffering is from a lack of knowledge. Thank you. My wife and I have been listening. And he says, 1 + 1 = 1. Yes, that's true. That's true. But 1 + 1 also equals 1 + 1. Meditate on that, or you practice it with your wife. What we were getting at earlier, just a moment ago, when we were speaking about the two. Okay, so let's just pause and jump back for just one moment. We are going to go back to our, where were we here? These are all available on our website, by the way. All these figures from our book, these are all figures taken from our book. They're all available on our website. We did this because we also released an audiobook. And clearly, when you release an audiobook, you can't put any visuals in an audiobook. So we included all the visuals on our website for anybody who downloads the audiobook, that they can, or the ebook for that matter. Because if you're reading our book on a little tiny thing like this, our book is 8.5 by 11. Our proper printed book, it's on 8.5 by 11 paper. So when you look at this visual aid on 8.5 by 11, it's one thing. When you try to look at it on a tiny screen like this, it's something else entirely. So that's why we included the full color versions of all of the visual aids in our book. We included on our website so that if people want to see the color versions, that they can. Now, in this visual aid, we were showing how it's easier to fall, to condense and have precipitation, and it's easier to remain trapped in liquid water than it is to evaporate. And the implications of that for us is the following. Okay, the path is treacherous. Here we have the path of the three mountains: the mountain of initiation, the mountain of resurrection, and the mountain of ascension. When we think of the path, we have to think of mountain climbing. If we don't want to, use water or whatever, it's just too abstract to think of yourself as water. But you have climbed a hill, at least at some point in your life. And you know that going uphill is harder than going downhill. You know it's easier to fall off a ladder than it is to climb up a ladder. And it is far easier to fall on the path than it is to continually climb upwards. Because the two natures of nature are oriented in such a way that condensation and precipitation, to fall back to earth, and indeed to get trapped in the undercurrents and get drawn deeper and deeper and deeper into the depths and get crushed by the weight and the pressure, that's more likely than it is to evaporate. that it is easier and more likely for someone to fall down the side of a mountain than it is for them to climb to the top. It's by design. Because why would mountain climbing wouldn't be anything worth doing if it was easy? If you could fall up a mountain, there'd be no such thing as mountain climbing. It would be called mountain falling, and there would be nothing special about it. If you could just automatically or naturally fall uphill, there would be nothing to conquer. There would be nothing to challenge you. And so we have to put into context all the religious beliefs and all the New Age beliefs that people have, that they think that when they die, they're all going to nirvana, they're all going to heaven. That they think that they can automatically or naturally ascend, or that this planet, this humanity, is on the verge of a mass global awakening and 5D ascension. You hear this all the time in the New Age, 5D ascension. This is complete and total, utter nonsense. Show me the airplane, or the bird for that matter, that flies without effort. Show me. I'll wait. We'll be waiting a long time. Our Divine Mother is not here to carry us. Neither divine nature nor mechanical nature exists to carry us like a gondola to the top of the mountain, or like the aforementioned helicopter that Joel Osteen has. None of us have a helicopter. We have to climb. And it's not easy. It takes effort. It not more than effort, it takes super efforts. But here's the thing about a mountain. The same mountain that's trying to kill you at every turn, with every handhold, with every step. Make no mistake, we're talking about serious mountain climbing now. We're not talking about the little hill, down the street. We're talking about serious mountain climbing. Mountains are designed to be treacherous. They're designed to try to kill you at every step along the way, and to betray you, to show you a handhold that's so inviting, that looks so good. Yeah, and you grab it, and then you put all your weight onto it, and it breaks. The mountain is deceptive. The mountain is treacherous. It's trying to beat you. It's trying to kill you. What comes to mind is another scene from Lord of the Rings, when they're trying to go over the mountains. They're trying to take the path of Attlas over the mountains in the Fellowship of the Ring, and the mountain is throwing storms at them, and it's not letting them pass. And of course, there's also a foul voice on the wind, and it's Saruman, and Saruman is calling the bad weather, and he is conspiring with the mountain to prevent the Fellowship from crossing the path of Attlas. So they have no choice. They have to go into the mines of Moria. They have to go into the depths, into the dungeons. It's the only way to conquer the mountain, is to go into the depths of the dungeons where Gandalf must defeat the Balrog, etc. But that same mountain that's trying to kill you, that's trying to make you fall, that's trying to make you fail at every step along the way, that same mountain is the path to your salvation. It is the way, it is the medium to reach the summit. It's the only way to get to the summit. So you may have seen memes on the internet where they say, there is no path around it or over it. The path is through it. Everything that challenges you, everything that harms you, everything that causes you suffering, that holds you back, that holds you down, that makes you question yourself, that makes you forget yourself, that all of that holds the key to your awakening and self-realization. This is the essence of shadow work, and why we must face the shadow and must go into hell, our own psychological hell, and unearth the shadow and face our shadow and defeat our shadow so that we can liberate the keys that the shadow holds, the keys to our salvation. Lady Liberty is our divine mother. The shadow is our divine mother. In the same way that liquid water is where clouds come from. Clouds come from surface water. It's the water that's trapped on the surface that when it's illuminated and enlightened and enlivened and enlightened and made living water, yes, but then it evaporates in the light of Christ into the supernal worlds. But it's the same water that was on the surface. How much of our consciousness is bottled up inside the ego? How much of our consciousness is trapped as liquid water in our subconscious mind, in the depths of our psychological hell? You see? The mountain that's trying to kill you is your way of reaching the summit. It's all the Divine Mother. It's just a question of, is she enslaved by the forces of determinism, or has she been liberated? And last week, we were talking about, thinking about, and the analogy of our Divine Mother as the whore or the virgin. The whore of Babylon or the Virgin Mary, Mother of Christ. You see, it's only one force. Again, we can go to Star Wars. There's only one force, but the force has a light side and the force has a dark side. But there's one force. And coming back to Dune, we can look at the Bene Gesserit priestesses, and all of their deterministic, controlling, conniving activity. And yet, out of that is born this prophecy, and out of that is the Quixote Haderach, Paul Atreides, and Chani, and their ability to then take on the whole universe, the Emperor and all the other houses, because of fulfilling this prophecy that was initially planted as a means of control, i.e. deterministically, by the dark, shadowy expression of the Divine Mother, but then through Dune and Spice and the waters of life and 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 things that are explored in much, much greater depth than the book, than the films will ever explore, because it's deep, deep, deep mythology. You have simultaneously born out of all of that mechanicity and determinism and industry and everything else, and all that materialism and that lust and desire for the spice is born through the waters of life, which can either liberate you and give you the sight, or it will kill you. Remember, every act of creation is an act of destruction. Every time you level up, the only way you can level up is an aspect of you must die. The part of you that was trapped in those lower levels dies in order to make way for this new you, which is able to take on higher and higher levels. The false you versus the real you. And with that, we can come back and answer this question for Kundalini King, who's new here. Who is we? We is myself, Attila, the mortal person speaking these words to you now, and myself, with a capital S, Attlas, my innermost being, who is the one giving us the words that we are speaking to you, that I speak with you, because I'm just a mouthpiece, I'm a vessel, I'm a servant, I'm a messenger. And Allux, who is the being of beings, the fire of fire, the light of lights, and the being of beings. All light, God light, Allux. When we say we are speaking to you. I'm just a mortal vessel. I'm nothing. I'm insignificant. I'm a character in the MMORPG called life. I'm not going to use the word avatar, because that's a special word in esotericism. It means something very special and very particular. So I don't like using that word to describe myself. I'm just a mortal vessel. That's all I am. But I'm not the one speaking. I'm the one reciting these words. I'm the one passing them along, but I'm just a messenger. I'm not the originator of these words. I'm not the originator of the book. That's why the book is written by Atlas Allux and not by Attila Louis Lenvi. The foreword is written by Attila Louis Lenvi. I wrote the foreword from my perspective in order to help the reader contextualize and understand what it is that they're going to be reading and who it is who wrote it, and that I am just a stenographer. I just did the typing. So that is who we are. Kundalini also says, go to the high place. And he also says, LOL, I died and woke up the next morning still here. I was like, shit, I got work to do. Mostly, I think I'm still in my mother's womb, dreaming. That's a very good way to put it. In the womb of your divine mother, dreaming, because your consciousness is asleep. Because we're all dreaming. So long as our consciousness is asleep, so long as we think that we are this mortal self, we're dreaming. We're caught in the video game. We think the video game is real. That, by the way, is another one of our videos that we can recommend to you, because it's another one of the analogies that we use to explain and describe the plight of humanity. And this is also going to end up as a series of videos, because this is also described in our book as well. If we can find the video, we're getting to have so many videos now. It's beginning to be here we go. Lost in the MMORPG of life. We can show this one here as well. So this is the, let's put it in the comments here and put it on the screen. So this video is called lost in the MMORPG of life. Oh, wow. It's actually called Losing Yourself in Games Reveals This About Humanity. But this is coming from directly from our book, from the chapter on virtual reality, AI, and transhumanism. And it's the case that we make on about... It's the case we make regarding why it is and how it is that people can lose themselves in a video game. And if you can lose yourself in a video game for hours, then why would it be hard to imagine that it is possible to lose yourself in what we call reality? Because a consciousness that can be hypnotized one way, the only reason why it can be hypnotized that way is because it's already hypnotized in another way. Anyway, you can watch that on your own time. We won't. We have a lot of, suffice it to say, we have a lot of material. I mean, we have enough for a book, right? So it's all in the book too. Let's see. Mugaboo22 says, I remember projecting in the astral plane. It was a beautiful night. I decided to visit the stars. And the further I went away from the earth, the more energy it required, the harder it was to go higher. I looked back on earth and saw earth as a very small dot. Fear got the best of me, fear of the unknown. In a split second, I was back on earth. It didn't take me much energy to fall back to earth. So very well said, and it's a good observation. The furthest we've ever gone in the astral plane, we went to Mars, and then we went to go visit. We went to go visit the Greys on their planet. And you're right. It completely drained us. Took all of our energy to get there. We got to do a little bit more on Mars because Mars is not so far. But when we went to go visit the Greys, it was completely, we hardly did anything when we were there because it took everything just to get there. So in that sense, and you're right, it's much easier to fall than it is to fly, to travel. But that's like that for everything. Kundalini says, haha, I almost bought 20-acre farm on Murder Mountain. I survived 2 months on Murder Mountain, October 20th, 2020. The day I left, I had a spontaneous Kundalini activation. Oh, okay. And he says, true story. Benjamin says, we must not climb a literal mountain because we're not mountain climbers. But now we know there is a mountain that is trying to kill us, so we must train. And Kundalini Kang says, I thought maybe it was you and your wife. Yeah, so we don't have a wife at the moment, so we're not sure what that was related to. All right, then. Let's see now. We were at... Where were we at? Right. So the path being treacherous and recognizing that treachery describes the two different aspects of the divine feminine as it relates to the alm of life, this is the alm of humanity. This is the cycle of evolution and devolution. And we can see this playing out on this level of reality. It's just the way the duality works. And it's true for humanities, civilizations, and many other species. That species are either on an evolving arc or on a devolving arc. And it relates directly to what we were mentioning earlier, what we were showing you earlier here with the circles of life. Because what you may not have noticed is there's an arrow coming down from the supernal worlds and another one going down into the depths of hell. And you see this creates what's known as the Holy Eight: evolution and devolution. There's an expression that says every angel was once a demon, and every demon is a fallen angel. And how this practically applies to us, this is from the appendix from our book. This is the fall of humanity, and specifically where someone who is awake, this is because the consciousness in the sixth dimension, this is the true self, the monad, and how through fascination, identification, and attachment, we just try to make that a little bit bigger for you. A second, can I zoom in? I can't zoom in anymore. So fascination, identification, attachment, we fall from the sixth dimension down, and we become trapped in the four bodies of sin, which are basically the fifth dimension down, but it's the lower fifth because it's the influence of egos that cause us to become trapped in the four bodies of sin and fall, and we fall asleep, and then our whole reality is locked in this third dimension. Now, our mind is in the fifth dimension, but that fifth dimension is the lunar fifth dimension, or the lower fifth dimension, because we're caught up in our subconscious, our unconscious, our infraconscious. We're caught up in our egos, our desires, our cravings and aversions. We're always thinking about something. We're thinking about the future. We're thinking about the past. Oh, actually, we can do this. Okay, that works. So it's a little bit bigger, but we're still on the screen. So coming back to when we were speaking about water, you'll notice we have this gradient line here on the left-hand side, and it says subtler divine nature as you go up and denser mechanical nature as you go down. Again, related to water and the divine nature and mechanical nature. And this is all reflected here on the Tree of Life as one singular expression. And we can understand this in all the different ways that we've described. But ultimately, this is all the divine feminine. This is all nature. This is all Mother Nature, divine Mother Nature and mechanical Mother Nature, and how the two relate to one another and the dynamic between them that we call the Om of life. Because divine nature has the upward spirals of expansion and synthesis. That's here on the left-hand side in the blue or the turquoise. Expansion of consciousness and gnosis, and synthesis of being. That's creation. But the expansion comes through ego death, because the expansion comes from popping the cork on the champagne, from eliminating that which contains what we need, the stuff that we need in order to expand and to synthesize, to create with our solar bodies, our human soul. In other words, to be. Now, the antithesis of being is when we fall. And what causes us to fall is the ego. And through the downward spirals of explosion and implosion, what does it? We have an explosion of hypnosis and ignorance, and an implosion of our life, of our existence, to a state of not being. These are the upward and downward spirals in microcosm and macrocosm, and this is another cycle, a cyclical process. This is really the wheel of samsara. This is really the cycle that we want to get off of. We don't want to be in a state of being and then falling into not being. We want to continuously be on the side of evolution as much as possible. And all of this, everything that our Divine Mother does for us, is to accommodate and facilitate us in being able to work with the upward spirals of evolution. But in order for that to work for us, we must constantly be struggling against and fighting against the forces of devolution that are working against us on the right-hand side of this graphic. Benjamin says, both supernal worlds and 5D are Divine Mother. Everything is the Divine Mother. Everything. All levels of manifest reality are feminine. That's why we call her Mother Nature. Space, the Akash, everything is feminine. You must meditate on this to comprehend it. The divine masculine is just a spark, it's just a seed. Think of the man's contribution to the creation of a baby. Think of what the man contributes versus what the woman contributes in order to make a human being. Now extrapolate that out from the microcosm, extrapolate it out to the macrocosm. Supin Kashpur is on the right track here. Mother Earth, Gaia, in other words. The body of the universe, like every body, is feminine. It's the only thing that can create. Benjamin says, oh, okay, I thought I was hearing things, just rewinding, making sure what I heard. Yeah, no, you heard right. All right. Practically speaking, let's dial it back down from the macrocosmic, universal, and realize and recognize that we have we are not alone, and we have a precious guide with us at all times. But her love is unconditional. And that love is severity and mercy. We receive both from her. And when we receive one or the other, we should do so with gratitude, with humility, with love, recognition, remembrance. Remember your Divine Mother. If you remember your Divine Mother, your life will become easier from the standpoint of you will no longer entertain thoughts of victimhood, and you will no longer entertain thoughts of that your egos are putting into your head about this bad thing and that bad thing, and why did this have to happen to me, and why does this always have to happen to me, and so on and so forth, where your mind makes things 10 times worse than they actually are. You're making mountains out of molehills. When you remember your Divine Mother, you won't do that anymore. Your mind might try to do that. Your psychology, your egos might still try to drag you back down into the mire of your subconscious and dwelling on all of that negativity and dwelling on that, whether it's self-righteousness or victimhood or even self-loathing, because that's another favorite trick of the egos, to get you to hate yourself, which is just pride, the inverse of pride. That's all it is, because pride doesn't care if you love yourself too much or you hate yourself, just so long as you are self-obsessed, just so long as you're narcissistic. And it doesn't matter if you look in the mirror and, oh, love what you see, and you fall in love with your image in the mirror, or you hate the image in the mirror and you want to smash the mirror, and you start performing self-sabotaging behaviors, namely addictions of every kind, self-destructive addictions, right? So you hate yourself so much, you can't stand to be with yourself. So you medicate yourself with whatever it is, whatever addiction is going to get you to forget yourself. Well, you can see how remembering your Divine Mother is the antithesis of that. Be in love with your Divine Mother. Now, what do we mean by that? Can we give you examples of that? Yes, we can. But first, we're going to answer this comment. Leah says, speaking about astral projection, I have been scared myself to try it. What happens if we can't get back? That won't happen, because you have something called a silver cord, which connects you to your physical body. So you can't get lost in the astral plane. You cannot get lost in the astral plane. You cannot be that. Those are we might say well-founded concerns, but they're irrational beliefs. They're just your fear preventing you from doing something which will advance you on your journey, which is, again, what the ego is there to do, right? To resist and to get you to avoid doing what you need to do. Remember, we don't need to just suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. We must brave them. We must be brave. We must overcome our fears of and especially our irrational fears. On the screen, Leah, you see this? Astral Projection and Dream Yoga, a free online course. Okay. The link is in the chat, and it's here on the screen. Okay. You go to glorian.org. We actually just walk you through this. Glorian.org. You go to learn, go to courses, and here it says courses and lectures. You just scroll down until you find the one. They're all in alphabetical order. Here it is in the third one, Astral Projection and Dream Yoga. Boom. The rest, we leave to you. Remember, we'll steal a line from Master Samael, who said, I'm just a signpost. All right, we can point you can point the way, but you have to do the rest. The rest is up to you. So about this loving your Divine Mother bit, can we show you examples And the answer is yes, we can. And you may have heard of a fellow there's so many different. I'm trying to find what was it this go? Yeah, this was good. Open link in you. Oh. You've heard of this fellow. Surely you've heard of Rumi before. It's an interesting quote. We just picked this randomly. We just needed a picture of Rumi. And it just so happens we found one that had a quote on the meme. It's an interesting quote because he says the purpose of light is to see. And through the light, it is possible to see. The sun casts light on things. What's interesting that's left out of this quote is that the things that we see are all courtesy of our Divine Mother. That's the light in her hand. The light of Lucifer, for example, that shines a light on our defects and vices. But everything that we see is our Divine Mother, is the Divine Feminine. Now, the Divine Masculine is in it because creation can't take place without both masculine and feminine, as we talked about the last 2 weeks. But beauty and truth is feminine. That's why psyche is feminine in Greek mythology. Gnosis, knowledge, is feminine. It's the Ark of the Covenant. It's the box that holds the tablets, that holds the law, or the Ark that holds the animals in Moses and protects from the great flood. Again, the cleansing waters. Well, water brings life and water brings death, creation and destruction, birth and death, the two aspects of the Divine Feminine, which we cover all of this in our book as well. But Rumi is the poet of love. He's the Sufi poet of love. But what a lot of people don't realize is that 99% of Rumi's love poetry is to his Divine Mother. He's not writing to a lover. He's writing to his Divine Mother, the Divine Feminine. And if you read his poems in that context, they reveal themselves to you in a way that it's his poetry it all becomes a meditation. It all becomes scripture. The poet of love is expressing his love for his Divine Mother. That's Rumi. That's the first example we can give you. But perhaps another example, perhaps you've heard or you saw the film Perhaps you remember watching this film. Have you seen it? It's an excellent film. It's about Beethoven. It's called Immortal Beloved. And the whole film, it's a whodunit. It's a mystery because they find all these letters that Beethoven wrote to his immortal beloved. And there's this detective-like character who's trying to figure out who was Beethoven's immortal beloved. And here you see three candidates, three of Beethoven's lovers that he had in his lifetime. And this detective is trying to figure out, because Beethoven wrote these incredible letters of devotion, of loving devotion to his immortal beloved. And they're trying to figure out who was Beethoven's immortal beloved. And this is where the movie falls flat on its face and everything else, because, of course, Beethoven's immortal beloved was his divine mother. None of these women, none of the women in the movie is his immortal beloved is his divine mother, his muse, the one who inspired all of his music, including the Ninth Symphony, which is the greatest piece of music ever written. And it's the Ninth Symphony because the ninth sphere on the tree of life is Yasod, the foundation. That's where Divine Mother Devi Kundalini Shakti resides within us, in the ninth sphere on the tree of life. So it's fitting that the greatest symphony ever written, and including the fourth movement and the Ode to Joy, an ode to joy. Now, an ode is a particular poem of loving devotion and of glorification. It's a poem of uplifting, of illuminating, of honoring, of complete loving devotion. So, for example, John Keats' Ode on a Grecian Urn, that's what an ode is. It's this, that's the last the final rhyming couplet of that poem is beauty is truth, truth is beauty. That is all you can know in life and all you need to know. An ode is a complete pouring out of one's loving devotion to a phenomenon, but that phenomenon is always feminine. An urn is a vase, is a vessel, like a grail, like a cup, like the uterus of a woman, like a womb, like an ark, like a seed pod. That is the very nature of the feminine. The feminine contains. It is the medium of experience and of wisdom. That's why Sophia, wisdom, is Sophia, a woman's name. She's feminine. Wisdom is feminine. Because wisdom is born of experience, and experience is born of the union of masculine and feminine. But that masculine experiences through the feminine and in the feminine, and creates within and through the feminine. Beethoven's immortal beloved is his divine mother. And when you listen to the Ninth Symphony and when you read the lyrics of the Ode to Joy as they are being sung, and you realize who the Ninth Symphony is for and about, then you'll be like, oh, that makes complete sense. Can we give you any other examples? Yes, of course. Of course we can. Perhaps the most famous of all women in history, in art, the most famous woman ever, certainly in the West, we present to you the Mona Lisa. We've shared the story many times, but we'll share it again. Mona Lisa, if you've ever seen the Mona Lisa in the Louvre, you know that the Mona Lisa is like this big. It's tiny. They always manage to make the painting look enormous somehow. But when you see it in a frame in real life in the Louvre, it's tiny. And that's because Leonardo da Vinci, the artist, of course, who created the Mona Lisa, he took the Mona Lisa with him everywhere he went. And he traveled a lot because he had many patrons, including, what is it, Louis the 16th, Louis the 14th? Must have been Louis the 14th, was one of his very wealthy patrons. And they were actually conceiving of a whole new Paris together. And Leonardo was an architect for him. And you can see in one of Louis's palaces, the palace of, I can't remember the name of the palace, but there's a very rare double spiral staircase. It's one of the few double spiral staircases in the world that Leonardo da Vinci designed, because he was also an architect, because he was a Renaissance man. He was a painter, he was an engineer, he was an architect. You should know all this about da Vinci. But what you might not know is that Mona Lisa is an anagram. It's a thinly veiled anagram. And during his life, wealthy merchants and wealthy merchant bankers of Italy offered Da Vinci the equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars in today's money to reveal the identity of the woman in the Mona Lisa. And Da Vinci, all Da Vinci could say is, I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you who she is. I can't tell you. And the reason why he couldn't tell anyone the identity of the woman in the painting is because Mona Lisa is an anagram for Mona Isa. The L stands for Leonardo. Mona, Leonardo, Isa. My Leonardo, Isis. My, that is Leonardo's divine mother. And if you need any additional evidence beyond the fact that it's the Mona Lisa, it's the most iconic woman in Western art, her hands are folded right over left. It's a very esoteric Gnostic secret. But you have in the background this flowing, the waters and the fires. You have this red lava-like, and then you have the waters. You have the waters and the fires and this S, this winding S lava road, and then there's this rock that separates this channel, this fiery red glowing S from the waters behind. You have the fires and waters of Devi Kundalini Shakti. And the S is the serpent. He's encoded in the background of the Mona Lisa. He's encoded the fires and waters of Devi Kundalini Shakti are there. Right over left, when you perform, so the right over left here, we can explain it this way. Yeah, okay, here. Open image in U-tab. All right, observe. You see the pharaoh in this in that image? You see that he has right over left, and he's holding the whip, the flail, and the shepherd's crook. The shepherd's crook is the spinal column, and the flail, the whip, is willpower. You also see he has the serpent on the forehead. That's the risen Kundalini. And right over left, because on the tree of life, where is my, okay, on the tree of life, let's go to here. Let's make this bigger so you can see it. So the masculine and feminine pillars on the tree of life, you always have the masculine over the feminine, or you have the divine over the mechanical. It's always right over. It's because you may have heard the expression left-hand path. So it's always right over left. That's just, you'll have to trust us on that one. I mean, I'm not sure how else we can explain it really. Did we? Yeah, no. Here we go. There we go. So the whip of willpower, the spinal column, and the risen Kundalini up to the crown and to the third eye. That's the serpent coming out of the third eye, out of the pineal gland. Yeah. So okay. So that's related, right? So the fact that the left brain is so mechanical and clinical and materialistic and everything else, right? So it's always right over left. There's a reason why they call it the left-hand path, and there's a reason why people who are lefties were, they were looked down upon. I mean, that's not a we don't encourage you to do that, but that's where that comes from. The notion that left-handed people are somehow inferior to right-handed people, because it was always known that intuitively that right is right. It's right? That's why we have the word right, meaning correct. It's not by accident that the two things are synonymous. And left, it's not by accident that the left-hand path, the path of the Black Lodge, is called the left-hand path. To be or not to be. Right is to be, left is not to be. It's light and dark, right? That's just how we roll. That's just how things work out. So that's why it's right over left. Okay, so we showed you, yes. And so the Mona Lisa is, now the reason why he couldn't tell anybody the identity of the Mona Lisa, because if it would have gotten out that Leonardo da Vinci was worshiping the divine feminine and had this thing called the Divine Mother and painted a picture of her, he would have been excommunicated from the Catholic Church, which was the Middle Age and Renaissance equivalent of being canceled. It was the equivalent of cancel culture. You would lose your livelihood. Nobody could do business with you. Nobody could buy your art. You would be a complete and total outcast. And Da Vinci was already on the verge of being excommunicated by the church several times because of his engineering work, but also mostly because of his artwork and his works of anatomy. Because very often he would go to the morgues and he would get cadavers to take home with him to study and to sketch and to draw so that he could more perfectly understand human anatomy. Da Vinci was one of the first artists to ever do that. Got him into a lot of trouble with the church. A lot of trouble. So this would have been the nail in the coffin. Benjamin says, yeah, the flail and the shepherd's crook. The flail is truth, and the crook, if I'm not getting this wrong, means honesty. Used for law, supposedly, mostly likely, I think. Okay, so the shepherd's crook represents a spinal column, and the flail is willpower. Because we need willpower, and we need to whip ourselves with willpower in order to make sure that our sexual energy flows up the spinal column and not down and out. So that's what those two symbols mean esoterically. What they mean over and above that, for us, shepherds have also meant, the shepherd's crook has also meant humility, So I'm sure that people have applied all kinds of different meanings to those symbols in the past, but the meanings that matter to us esoterically in the context of the Divine Mother especially is the spinal column and the flail, the whip of willpower, because willpower is the causal body. It is Tipereth. It is in the sixth dimension, and it is the human soul. It is the unification of masculine and feminine in the causal body and the synthesis of the human soul. That's willpower. That's our conscious will, that we act with the will of our innermost being. So yeah, that's the whip, or the flail. Either way, it's the same device. Supin Kashper says Morpheus had the red pill in his right hand. Yeah, so you'll see this appearing all in many, many, many different ways. In many different ways, we've often pointed out that people wear wristwatches on their left hand because time doesn't exist. And the idea that somebody would be obsessed with a timepiece, that's why all those elites are obsessed with those expensive handcrafted precision timepieces, because that's the epitome of deterministic mechanism, is a handmade, handcrafted precision timepiece from Switzerland, is the epitome of mechanistic determinism, because that's what a timepiece is, right? That's what a watch is. It determines the time, and it determines it 100% mechanistically. Mugaboo says these symbols are the same as in Psalm 23. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Okay, so yeah, you're referring to the shepherd's crook and the flail, because yeah, the rod and the staff. So the crook is the staff, and the flail is the rod, because of course a rod, we're talking about a flexible a flexible reed like rod, right? So it's like a flail. It's an instrument like any whip. It's designed to inflict maximum pain, but not structural damage, right? So a whip or a flail or a rod is there to scar the surface, like to do a superficial wound, but not break bone, and not sever tendons or muscle, or cause fatal bleeding, right? That's interesting that the psalm says they comfort me. They confront me, perhaps. I don't know about the rod comforting me, but willpower is there from our innermost being, from our higher self. So in that sense, it is comforting to know that we're not alone. And Mugaboo says it was an Atlas. All right. You will find many other examples of artists, of people talking about their muse, and that muse is always feminine. That's our Divine Mother. So if you can cultivate that constant remembrance of her, that constant devotion to her, and devoting your life to glorifying her, enriching her, working with her, and expressing truth and beauty and love through her at all times, you're a scientist whether you're a handyman, a craftsman, a journeyman, or you're a nurse or a doctor or a lawyer, or you work in the service industry, you can be a plumber, you can be a janitor. It does not matter. Everything that you touch is the body of the divine feminine. Everything that you work with is feminine. Your body is fundamentally feminine. Even if you're a man, you're working with nature. And if you resolve to see and to remember your divine mother and everything that comes your way, including all the tests and challenges and trials and ordeals, and remember that it's all there for your sake. You find the good in it, you find the opportunity in it, you look within yourself, one eye in and one eye out, in your self-remembering and your self-observation. And you say, what is it that my divine mother is trying to show me with this thing that's in my face and won't go away? What is she trying to show me? This is some kind of a mirror. This is some kind of something. And it's bringing up all kinds of negative this and foul that and blah, and reactions and everything else. Observe that, watch that, because that's what your divine mother is trying to show you. You may ask, how did Da Vinci paint this? How did he paint this? And the answer is, Da Vinci astral projected. He woke on the astral plane. And we've said this many times, many times. If you awaken on the astral plane, also known as lucid dream, one of the first things you should do is ask to see your divine mother. Now, understanding she can appear to you in any form she chooses, and she might not always appear to you in the same form. But given Da Vinci's destiny, she appeared to him with such clarity, and perhaps more than once in the same form, and he committed her to his memory so that he could paint her and take her with him everywhere he went. And everywhere he went, where he set up his desk, he hung her on the wall above his desk and or above his bed, so that when he slept or when he worked, he could see her, so that he would always be reminded of her, so that he wouldn't forget. Remember your divine mother. Remember her. It will only bring you good things. It will only serve you. It's only a good thing to remember your mother. Mugaboo says, a question. Go ahead, Mugaboo. Ask away. And with that, we may as well open it up to questions for anyone. We think that somewhere up here, Leah said, thank you. I really needed this today. You're welcome, Leah. We hope you're still with us because we missed this earlier. Benjamin said, very cool. And he said, whoa, he didn't know that when in regards to the Mona Lisa. Anyone have any questions or comments, or anyone want to share anything, or ask away, anything at all? We hope that this is going to wrap up this series. We had the law of love, the law of sex, and now the law of life, and how everything is the Divine Mother. So next week, who knows where we're going to go from here? Could be anything. Oh, and by the way, Today's live stream is season 4, episode 9. We did not plan it this way. It just happened like serendipitously. Just like Beethoven's Ninth Symphony and the Ode to Joy is about his immortal beloved and for his immortal beloved, so too today's live stream is dedicated and devoted entirely to our Divine Mother. Episode 9 of season 4. Mugaboo says, thank you, Atlas. You are great. Signpost, as Master Samael would say. Yeah. Yeah, well, we try to be. We do our best. Thank you, Mugaboo. Thank you for being here. And thank you, all of you, for joining us and all of you for being here. It's always a pleasure. And it's especially, joyful to be able to speak about a topic like this in particular. Supin Kashpur says, thank you a lot. I wish you a good time. Thank you. Thank you for being here and welcome. And you're welcome to return anytime. We're glad that you found us and we hope to see you again. By the way, we may as well mention that we'll throw this up on the screen. You know that on our website, we have our blog. We transferred it over from WordPress. And all of our old articles are here on our website now, including on today's topic. We have an article that is devoted, again, to our Divine Mother. It's right here. It's from March 29th, 2020. So that's, gosh, that's 4 years ago. That's 4 years ago now. Can you believe that? And so here it is. We'll grab the link and we'll throw it in the chat. And we'll throw it on screen. This is, you may discover some other interesting tidbits that we were frankly going to share with you in this live stream. But as you recall, we had a guest who was not here to learn. He was here to preach, and he was completely monopolizing. We want to apologize to all of you, by the way, who were around, because we cannot assume anything, and we cannot assume that he had bad intentions from the get-go. So we were trying to do our best to humor him, or you know what I mean? Like if he really was earnestly asking those questions, we didn't want to turn him away or shut him down. But after 20 minutes, we had no choice. So it kind of cut into today's presentation a bit. But there is more in here. For example, we have an entire section where we're talking about the Bounty, which, you know, the mutiny on the Bounty. This entire series of history, because the mutiny on the Bounty is based on real historical evidence. And this article really approaches the Divine Mother from a very, very different perspective, a very different angle than how we approached it today in our live stream. So we think that you will get a lot of extra bonus out of this article. So if you, again, it's on our blog. Just go atlasalex.com, go to blog, all articles, and just scroll down until you find "O Divine Mother, Here Art Thou." And yeah, you can't miss it. This is on the cover, right? We really do think that you will find a lot of great value from that article. It's too long to get into and share everything with. Just if you ever need more evidence of just how powerful the divine feminine is, and the divine mother's ability to orchestrate on our behalf and to orchestrate events in our lives, read that article, and you will see, and you will just be blown away. That's all we can say, because the serendipities are tremendous. And we spend the beginning of this article explaining just what serendipity is and what it means. And yeah, so this is a topic that's near and dear to our heart. Obviously, it should be clear by now. And it should be clear to all of you that it's a topic and a subject that should be near and dear to all of our hearts, because none of us could be here, even having this experience that you're having right now, without her love and her loving devotion and her unconditional love. She shows us the way. She shows us the way. So, Supin Kasher says, I'm glad I found you too. Okay. Anyone else have any comments or questions? We'll give you another 30 seconds or a minute to type away, and then we'll call it a day. We'll be just shy of 4 hours when we say goodbye. So thank you, all of you, again for joining us today. And again, we apologize for the interjection earlier. That might happen more often, by the way. We might, as we continue on, and some trolls will be worse than others. We'll see how it goes. But if that happens in the future, by all means, don't be shy. Voice your opinion. Let yourself be heard. Let your truth be known in response to anyone who's wanting to disrupt our time together, because this is a sacred space. This is a sacred relationship that we have. It's a space based on truth and beauty and love. And if you're here, it is the doing of your divine mother that you are here, in the same way that it's the doing of our divine mother that we are here and creating this space of love for all of you. So if anybody comes in and tries to disrupt it, this is your space. This is here for you and your benefit, and for the benefit of all beings. So if somebody thinks that they're going to come here and disrupt it, then by all means, feel free to voice yourself, make your voice be heard, and let them know that this is a place of love, severity and mercy, yes, but in the right balance, in the right context, and applied in the right way from the right source, right? Like any good mother would do. Benjamin Ochoa says, take care. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you. Supin Kashper says, it feels like therapy for my soul. It warms our heart to hear that. And we hope that everyone will continue in the future as well, because that's what we're here for. That's for whose benefit that we are here, for sure. And Leah says, blessings all, with a nice big heart for everyone. Thank you, Leah. All of you, thank you again. We hope to see you again next week. We can't tell you what the topic is yet, because we don't know. The information is on a need-to-know basis, and it comes to us. As soon as it comes to us, we share it with you. We will be trying to do excerpts from today, like we have been doing in the past, and those excerpts will start going online, we hope, tomorrow, and and throughout the week, as we've been doing. We hope that if you've been finding those valuable or useful, that you've also been sharing those on social media or anywhere that you feel appropriate, because it's always beneficial to if you find value here, then share it with others. And we have plenty of room for more people to participate in these live streams. And as you know, we do have a book, and it is our hope and intention that more people will read it, and not just for any financial gain, but we didn't write that book to become rich and at the rate that it's selling, we will never become rich with that book. So if you find if it's therapy for your soul to be here, then consider sharing it, or at least awareness of it, for others as well, because there's plenty of love here to go around. There's plenty of truth and beauty to share here, and Lord knows there are plenty of people out there who need it, and they need it desperately. So thank you all again. We hope to see you next week. Take care. Have a good week. And until then, as always, we say inferential peace. Take care, everyone.